flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I hope everyone is having a great day, and I apologize. I know we're about 2 minutes late. I know that's not a lot of time, but for me, I'm usually right on time, so being 2 minutes late is a bit of a surprise. But that being said, I want to thank everyone for taking some time out of your Sunday, out of your weekend to join us, as we're going to be talking about a lot of topics. You may have heard of some of them. You may not, actually. A lot of them you may not have heard about because the mainstream news media has been downplaying a lot of things lately as we get closer to the 2026 midterm election season, the time when the average American starts paying attention to politics, which is right after Labor Day, the first week of September, until the election in November. That's prime time, and we're about to get there. So the news media is really trying to tunnel vision all of America, everyone they can reach, to think the same thing, to be on a set of railroad tracks that only lead to one decision: vote blue no matter who, which is really a bad choice. And we will discuss that today on the program. And I am open to hearing from every one of the people on the left, the far left, whether you're a Democratic Socialist of America, if you're just a socialist communist or a progressive or just a moderate Democrat. I am happy to hear your voices on all of this, as well as everyone else. You can reach us on X, on Facebook, on Twitter, X, Facebook, Rumble, on Instagram and YouTube. You can do super chats or Rumble rants to reach out. You can join the Patreon, or you can go directly to PayPal and support the channel any way that you wish, or you can join a membership on YouTube and help us out monthly. Whatever you choose, it's up to you. Choice is American. Having choices is American, and that's fantastic. The reason why we do this every week, and I've been doing this for 20 years, I've been doing this program for 9 years. We are now on episode 35 for the 9th year in a row that we've been doing the Sunday live stream. And I got to tell you, the reason why I do it is because of you guys. You are a wonderful audience, and I believe in freedom of speech, which is a birthright. It is not a power given by government. It is something that you are born with. And everyone around the world is born with this right. Whether or not your government agrees is a different question, but that is your birthright. And so we do celebrate that on this program So people all around the world are more than welcome to respond and to comment, whether you agree or disagree. Just be respectful, but agree or disagree on anything you want. There's so much to talk about that's going on right now. We see more pushback against the Democratic Socialists of America, and this reinforces my prediction that Democrats will lose the midterm elections. They're technically, by historically, they're supposed to win. They're supposed to have a small margin, a small window where they take control back. That's technically what's supposed to happen. That's what usually happens year after year. So it's not a surprise when Democrats were said to be the favorites earlier in 2026. But as we have gone through the year, as we have seen what happens with Zoran Mamdani in New York, we've seen the failures in Chicago, in Massachusetts, Boston, in LA, California, Mayor Bass, and also Gavin Newsom, as we have seen the failure consistently of every single far left ideology, we've seen more and more Americans say, wait a minute, let's push the brakes a little bit here. Something's going wrong. We've been going too fast, to the left, too far. And now we're seeing that within the Democratic Party, the very same people who have been trained to vote blue no matter who, the people that Nancy Pelosi confidently told in the middle of a nationally televised conference that she could elect a glass of water as long as it was on the Democratic line. That's how much the Democratic rank and file have been trained to vote blue no matter who, that they'll elect a glass of water in their districts. In this case, she was talking about at AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district, the New York 14, very much like the New York 13. It's so blue that an inanimate object would win just because it is on the Democratic line. And now we're seeing pushback because Democrats are starting to say, well, maybe not anyone that is on the Democratic line, not anyone is blue, not everyone should be elected. And that's going to make Democrats lose the midterm elections, not by a lot, but by enough in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. And I've told people before, and I'll say it again, my prediction is that in the House, Republicans will win by 3 to 4 seats. 3 to 4. That's 221 seats to 222 seats will be held by Republicans. That's the control of the House. And in terms of the Senate, we will see probably 52, possibly 51 of the Senate seats will go to the Republicans. That's where we're seeing things. That's the big picture right now, if you're going by me. Now, the news media will tell you, Mike, no, he's wrong. It's all wrong. Democrats are absolutely going to win because the mainstream news media, 80% of it, is leftist. They have a partisan agenda. They have a goal. Now, I'm not telling you that I'm neutral. I'm not. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. But I'm also honest, and I've shown time and again, and I'll go over my details a little bit later in the show. I will show you the evidence, the facts, absolute facts, as reported by the left-leaning news media that justify the predictions that I have made. The left-leaning news media won't do that. They'll just tell you, here's the feeling you're supposed to have. Obey and comply. This is the conclusion you're supposed to come to. Obey and comply. Don't ask questions. Don't think about it. And that's the problem with the left. And it gets worse and worse as we go forward. And I will go over that a little bit more as the show goes on. But so I've reinforced my prediction about what we're going to see happen. Fine. Let's go a little bit further into the program. And again, I'm looking forward to all of your comments on everything. But I'm going to start off with some international news. We are in the middle of the summer. Things are a bit more quiet than most people would expect. Well, and that's because in America, everyone takes their vacations in July and almost all in August. And that gets us into the fall season. So there's a lot less news that's being talked about by the mainstream news media. They're going for more fluff, feel-good news stories rather than actually informing the public about what's actually happening, not only in the United States, but around the world. And I think it's important that we understand both, because both affect America, and in both, America affects the rest of the world. It's like the fact that they downplayed the tariffs, discussion of the tariffs that have been going on since 2025. And we were promised in 2025, in April of 2025, we were told that the United States economy would go into a recession, that we would be in a depression because of the Trump tariffs, that the world would rebel and it might even cause World War III. That hasn't happened. Even with the conflict right now with Canada, where we're seeing that Canada is going to get a 50% tariff, and they have talked about doing a reciprocal tariff against the United States. But the thing is, the reason why Canada blinked first and they backed down earlier this week, and they begged the Trump administration to lift tariffs on alcohol, is because Canada is on the losing side of the tariff battle. Their tariffs, they need them more desperately than the United States. They need American goods and American money far more than Americans need Canadian goods or Canadian money. That's just a fact. That's the economics reality. So they're talking with a lot of bluster, but economically, they can't win. And they have been losing, something that most Americans aren't being told. Oh, Canada's fighting back. Well, that's not really in their best interest. The best interest would be to make a deal, to work with America, not against America, to come to an understanding of tariffs that are fair and equitable for the United States as well as Canada. That's what actually Carney, their prime minister, that's what he was elected to do. Not to be an activist for the left and to fight Orange Man bad. That's not his job. And it's amazing how many people, especially in America, but around the world, on the left, that they misunderstand the entire purpose of government. It's not to fight the president, whether the president is Orange Man bad, Donald Trump, or whether it's Barack Obama, or if it's the absent and mentally incapable Joe Biden. The point isn't to fight with the president. It's to work with the president to make sure that he has good laws that the president can enforce. The president is supposed to enforce the law. And if the president has good laws, then they can enforce them properly, and that will help America, and that therefore helps the rest of the world. But instead, over the last 2 decades, we have seen that the left believes that they have to fight the president to not provide clear and exacting laws, and to instead fight over interpretations and feelings about laws. And that moves nothing forward. That puts us in a stalemate. It divides the nation, which hurts America, and therefore also hurts every other nation as a consequence, which creates a gap in our trading, our income, that now leads to America having a $40 trillion deficit. Now, that is, $40 trillion debt. Deficit being every year how much money we are behind, which is about $2 trillion a year. That's how much money we're overspending. We're living beyond our means by about $2 trillion a year as a nation. But the accumulated debt over time, well, that's actually now $40 trillion. It is a ridiculous amount of money. It could have been worse. Under Joe Biden, just as recently as 2023, the projection was that by this time, we'd be closer to $50 trillion in debt. Under the Biden inflation Bidenomics, we'd be at $50 trillion, not 40. So things have improved somewhat. That doesn't mean everyone's feeling great and everything's perfect. It's not. We're at 3.4% inflation. That's not bad. We became accustomed to having 2.5%, 3% inflation under the Trump 45, not under Obama, not under Biden, under Trump in his first presidency, his first term. We were getting used to 2.5%, 3% inflation. Fantastic. But Obama was significantly higher. He was averaging about 9% inflation. And under the Biden administration, we were averaging 17.5% inflation. And now we're at 3.4% inflation. That's literally 400% less inflation than the average under Joe Biden. You would think people would be happy about that. We have 4.1% unemployment. That's considered full employment. Anything 4.5% and lower is considered for any nation to be full employment. That means just about everybody who could be working is working. That's actually a great sign. Again, we became accustomed under the Trump administration, the 45th president, we became accustomed to having unemployment in the roughly 3% range. We became accustomed to that, which was an all-time low in the unemployment rate. Under Joe Biden, that number climbed, and then it reduced, but it was higher, and, well, actually a little bit lower, but it was climbing up. After a peak, it then started climbing up, and now we've evened off under the Trump administration. Inflation, unemployment has been essentially stable, moving up or down about 0.1% month after month after month of full employment for the nation. It doesn't get much better than that. So there's a difference in how we feel about the economy versus what is the economy. And that's because of the mainstream news media and the way that they're reporting the news, or to be more accurate, the way that they're avoiding mentioning the news and informing the public. The difference is not subtle. But I did want to go and start internationally, not really about Canada, but just to bring you up to date about what's happening there, but also to look at what's happening in Britain. This weekend, we see that the news, and this is being reported by the Wall Street Journal, that British kids are skipping the top colleges in Britain to go into white-collar apprenticeships. College isn't working. It isn't working in the United States. It's not working overseas either. We have a flood of students who have degrees in lesbian dance theory, who have Africana studies, women's studies. These are their degrees, which are fantastic. If your only goal, your only purpose in life is to teach another generation the same political bias that you have, as you were trained, to pass on the indoctrination to the next generation. If that's your only goal, then these degrees are absolutely perfect. They're absolutely academic. They have no purpose in the world, in the real world, where people have to make things and sell things and move things. There's absolutely no purpose for lesbian dance theory or women's studies or Africana studies. It is useless. It is meaningless. It's like having an art degree. Fantastic. You can go to a museum and tell people about the history of the Mona Lisa. That doesn't give them a paycheck. That doesn't feed them. It doesn't get them to and from work. It is useless. It doesn't help anyone. And having that useless degree and going into the marketplace, going into a workplace and saying, you should hire me and pay me $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year because I can tell you about art. I can tell you about the history of women's politics. I can tell you about the African Americans background in Africa and African nations. Why do I care? As an owner of a business, if you're making pizzas, no one cares about any of that. Can you make the pizza? If you're going to deliver the pizza, can you deliver the pizza while it's still hot? I don't care that you have a degree in women's studies. Good for you. Completely meaningless. Get the pizza to me while it's hot, not when it's cold, because I don't care about that. Lesbian dance theory, which is a degree, by the way. Again, completely useless, has no purpose unless you want to teach another generation coming up behind you the same political bias that you have, that was taught to you. Unless you're an academic, these are useless. And America is flooded with these degrees. And with students who believe they are entitled to top dollar pay for bottom basement degrees and education. In fact, many businesses have to now turn around and retrain college students because they have wasted useless information in their mind, that they have been mistaught and are incapable of holding a job. And there have been many studies recently in 2024, 2025 that have found that business owners, small and mid-sized business owners, they fire their new college graduates, 50% of them. 50% of the college graduates they hire, they fire within the first year, often within the first 3 months, because the kids can't work. They have no work ethic and they have no capability. They are incapable of doing the job. This is separate of the fact that now we have academics in the colleges that are telling parents and to students that kids have to go through an extra year or 2 years of college just to learn, have the proper reading capability, reading comprehension, English, being able to write their native language, and to do basic math. Because our education system has failed so much that they have to spend 2 additional years after graduating high school to become capable of learning first-year college basic 101 courses. That's how far behind they are. And we just saw last month, there was a study that just came out 2 weeks ago, where New York State admitted that our students, even though we're paying the most money in the world to educate our kids, they are at least 1, if not 2 grades below what is appropriate for them in terms of reading and math. They are at least 1 grade, if not 2 grades below reading level. So we have 3-year-olds who are reading at the level of third graders who are reading at the level of a first grader. We have kids who are in 5th grade that are reading at the level of a 3rd grader. And the same thing with their math skills. This is how you destroy an economy. This is how you destroy a society, how you destroy a nation. And in England, they very much have been feeding off of the education, the academic cycle here in the United States. Many of the academics in the United States can't get a job because all the professors are tenured. They can't be fired. All the positions are filled. So all they're good at doing, these students, are to go and take their master's degree and go over to a foreign country like Canada, like England, like the European Union, and to teach these progressive ideals to a generation in those foreign countries. And in England, the kids are saying, this is useless. Why do I want to have $50, $60, $100,000, 70, 80, 90,000 pounds of debt to graduate and not be capable of getting a job to wash dishes? That you're so poorly trained that you can't get the job of being the Uber delivery guy. That's how badly you have been trained. Why would you be in debt $100,000 and can't get a job for even $30,000 or $40,000? It doesn't make sense. And so kids in England are starting to stop going to college because it's not actually teaching them what they need. It's teaching them how to be an activist, how to be politically on one side of the equation, to be biased and to become progressives and socialists and communists, which is great if you want to be an activist. It's absolutely miserable if you want a real life. And in America, I hope we get the same idea, because we need people who can be construction workers. We need welders. We need machinists. We need carpenters, electricians. We need trades people. We need our youth to start becoming plumbers and electricians. We need that desperately, because you may want to build the greatest software program that'll run every AI system in the entire world. Good for you. If an electrician can't hook up your computer or your AI data center to the electric grid, it doesn't matter. You've got a huge, very expensive paperweight, and you can't do anything. Your degree, your job is worthless unless someone who didn't get a degree but is an electrician and has experience, until they hook up the electricity and flip the switch, you have no job. And we need to remind our youth that's the thing that's actually needed. Real world skills, real world capabilities that will reward them with far more money, far less debt. Those kids who are going into the trade skills, they may have $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 of debt, literally $5,000, $10,000, maybe $15,000 in debt. That's building up the tools they need to be able to do the job. And then everything else is just money in their pocket. You go to, I don't know, Columbia, you go to Harvard. Well, Harvard's even more expensive, but Columbia or Cornell, Binghamton University, you go to Stanford, you go to those colleges, you're going to walk out in 6 years with $150,000 in debt. And you're not going to be able to get a job for $30,000, and you think you're going to pay that off in your lifetime? Not going to happen. Not going to happen. And England has recognized this. The subtitle here in the articles by Natasha Dengur is "College no longer feels like a good deal for high school graduates, so they are heading straight into the workforce," because that is the only smart answer to do. The kids are going in. Whoops. Excuse me 1 second. Made it too big. The kids are going straight into college. Straight into college, because that is the smartest, not to college, into the workforce, because it's the smartest thing they can do. They save themselves the debt. They learn how to do an actual job, and they get to keep the job, and they get to make more money, and they get to be able to buy a house sooner. They'll be able to raise a family sooner. They'll be able to enjoy their lives more fully than the college student who learned how to basket weave, learned about Africana studies, learned about women's studies, learned about lesbian dance theory, and can't do anything. It's that simple. But I wanted to bring that up because no one ever really talks about that. Let's see. Gracie is with us, and thank you, Gracie, for the comment. Gracie says, even King Charles's nephew is going into an agricultural college. British aristocrats are learning trades in the United Kingdom. Exactly. If the aristocrats, the super rich blue buds, the truly privileged people of the world, if their kids are learning how to be a farmer, By the way, agricultural college is how to be a better farmer, how to be a better veterinarian, to take care of farm animals. Okay, that's essentially what it is. You can have all the pretty names and great, wonderful paragraph long descriptions of your job and your job title. And I know the left love their job titles. That's why they don't call themselves janitors. They say they're sanitation engineers. But the reality is you're a janitor. It's that simple. And the left, they love their titles. But honestly, what is an agricultural college? It's to teach you how to be a farmer. It's there to teach you how to raise animals. It's there to teach you how to better breed animals and be a doctor for animals. That's it. It's something that we've been doing in the world for thousands of years. But but the prince, a true, absolutely credentialed blue blood, may inherit the monarchy one day. The prince is learning how to be a better farmer. And you want to go to college to learn how to do women's studies? And what job does that apply to? But I'm an activist. Really? How much does an activist get paid? On average, nothing. Activists work for free more often than not. You're not getting anything. You just have a lot of debt. And by the way, for the activists that are working and getting paid, on average, you're talking about someone who's making $50,000, $60,000 a year, not 80, not 100,000. So they're not going to pay off that student loan debt, even if you were able to apply it to one of the few candidates that is actually running on the issue that you got a degree in. So you're still pretty useless. And by the way, there's already dozens of people who are far more experienced and far more capable in political consulting than a college graduate. I'm just trying to point out the realities here, because the mainstream news media isn't being realistic with kids. They're not talking to them about the truth of what they're going to deal with. Here's something else that is a truth that American kids aren't really being told, and kids around the world aren't really being told about. And I think it's very important. And so here we go. We're always told America's so violent and it's guns. Guns are going to kill you. You're going to die. The Second Amendment, we have to repeal it. We have to give all kinds of restrictions on a right because, again, Constitution, the amendments are rights that you have given by God by birth. The government cannot infringe them. The Second Amendment is shall not be infringed. It is a right given to you by birth. The government is not supposed to impede that. It does, especially if you live in a blue state. If you live in a state run by Democrats like Illinois, California, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, California, Washington, Oregon. If you're in one of those states, it's almost impossible for you to get a firearm. Almost impossible for any reason. Even though you have an implicit, absolute, concrete birthright to be able to own a firearm and to defend yourself, your family, and your loved ones. That's a right. It's an absolute right. Confirmed by the Supreme Court, much that the left doesn't like that, because they don't want you to be they want you to be defenseless. They don't want you to be able to defend yourself or your values or your idea of what America is. You're not supposed to be able to defend any of that. But they tell us America's so violent, and it's only in America where you have mass killings, and that it's because of the firearms. That's why we have school shootings, and that's why we have malls and all the mass murders that happen. It's America. It's the only place that it happens in, which is a lie. The thing is, this just happened on, this was yesterday. It was being reported. A 17-year-old girl was killed in Sweden by an 18-year-old boy with a sword. With a sword. Not a gun, not a rifle, not an assault, whatever. You want a sword, which is stupid, but that's as stupid as saying assault rifle. They're both stupid terms. It's ridiculous. It's non-existent. Might as well call it an assault rock or an assault brick. It means the same thing. It's stupid and it's ignorant for anyone who's using that term. You're just identifying that you don't understand what you're talking about. But in Sweden, an 18-year-old kid walked into a high school and tried to kill people with a sword. With a sword. And killed a 22-year-old woman. That's incredibly sad. But mind you, you've been told by the left this doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. These killings, these murders in schools, they only happen in America and only because of firearms. And yet, if you actually pay attention to international news, if you're actually looking through the news, the fact is it does happen in other countries. And it does happen in other countries' schools. And it does happen without a firearm ever being in hand. Why? Because it's not the firearm. It's not the weapon. It is the human being that is wielding that weapon. It is the human being that is the evil and the danger. Whether they're driving a car or have a rock in their hand, or they have a sword, or they have a rifle. It doesn't matter what the weapon is. It is the intent of the human being. That is the danger. And if the human being has the intent, then everything is a deadly weapon and everything can be used to kill. A baseball bat is a club. There is no difference between the two. A club is a baseball bat is a club. They are interchangeable. The difference is the intent. If you're going to play a sport, then it's a baseball bat. If you're going to attack someone, then it's a club. It's the same tool, same piece of wood. Excuse me. It's the same piece of wood, or in some cases, the same piece of metal. It's the intention that changes whether you're going out to the baseball field or whether you're walking into a school. It's the same exact tool. Nothing has changed except the human being. And that's why I wanted to point this out in Sweden. 3 other people were wounded. 3 other people were wounded because a maniac, and we don't know the details of the person's name. We don't know their background, if they had anything on internet, whether they were converted or whatever. We don't know. And I don't care. It doesn't matter. This 18-year-old was a maniac. Mentally deranged maniac. It's that simple. It doesn't matter what their reasoning is, because their reason was, let me go and kill innocent people for no damn reason. And that's what they did. They went to kill innocent people. They're a terrorist. And they should be treated like terrorists. Should get the death penalty. I know in Sweden, other countries, they're very reticent to do that. But the fact is, when you have a maniac like this, you treat them as they are, what they have earned. They wanted to get the death penalty. This guy gave up. There were rumors that he had been shot, and that's how the police were able to capture him. No, he didn't. The police did shoot at him eventually. They did get guns, and they did go out, and they did shoot at him to try and end his spree, because just like in America, what ends a murderous spree, this murder spree, that these insane, vile, vicious, evil people, what stops them? It's somebody with a gun, a good guy with a gun. And we see that over and over again. We saw that most recently at the In-N-Out Burger. Guy with a gun, a good guy with a gun, stopped the killing spree. In Sweden, this guy's got the sword. He's going through 4 people. He's wounded 3 of them. He's killed 1. And what stopped him? The good guys, in this case the police, show up armed, and he gives up. It ends the spree. Sadly, it took too long. Maybe if there were actual citizens who were allowed to conceal carry and they were able to exercise their inherent right by birth to be able to defend themselves, maybe they would have been able to stop this a lot sooner. Maybe this guy would not have been able to kill even one person. Maybe. But that's speculating. I can't guarantee that. I just think it's probable. Hell of a lot more probable than waiting around for someone, a police officer, to finally show up wherever you are and have a firearm and then engage this guy and stop him in the middle of a killing spree. How long is that going to take? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? We know that in these kind of scenarios, the sooner you're able to engage the bad guy, the sooner the murder of innocent civilians ends. The sooner that the police or someone with a firearm, a good guy with a gun who's gotten the training, has the capability, has the firearm, and uses that tool to suppress that bad guy, the sooner that happens, the more people live. We know that for a fact. That's the data. It's an absolute fact. It's indisputable. Indisputable. There is no question about that. Mainstream media likes to omit that. They like to skip that part, but it is an indelible, absolute fact. Whether the guy's got a sword, a baseball bat, a brick, or a firearm, it's always the truth. So when they tell you the next time that, oh, those evil firearms are so evil, what about swords? And if you're going to talk about a sword, well, what's a sword? It's just a very long knife, which means your steak knife that you use, that's too dangerous too. And by the way, if you think I'm joking about that, in London right now, they have bins, actual bins, containers, where you can dispose of or return, buy back your knives, steak knives, butcher knives, hunting knives, all your knives, your bladed implements, your tools that have blades can be deposited for the government. They're actually trying to limit and license whether or not you can have a bladed implement. That includes your butcher knife that you use for your cooking, your steak knife, which you use for cutting your meat. It counts with a machete that you use to clean up the shrubbery in your yard. That's all bladed items. And in London, they want to restrict your right to have that. They already restricted the right to have a firearm. And guess what? The bad guys didn't care. Now they just commit crimes with knives and swords. And so now, instead of in America where you hear the left and they say, well, we've got to restrict your right to a gun, in England, especially in London, they say we've got to restrict your right to having a knife, a steak knife that you use for your dinner. It's the same mentality. And one day they'll get, if the socialists have their way, then you'll see that they'll make it illegal to have a knife. And then they'll come after, your baseball bat. And then they'll come after your hammer. Yes, a hammer, which is a medieval weapon. So they'll come after your hammer, and they'll come after your baseball bats, and they'll come after your wood. Yes, your firewood, which is a club. And then you'll have nothing. They'll take everything from you. But if you disagree with me on that, I'm absolutely more than welcome to hear anyone else's thought about this and say, Mike, well, you misunderstand. That's just not correct. Fantastic. Tell me how. Tell me what's wrong with my reasoning, how it's incorrect. Because you have been told everything I've said. And I'm just showing you what is the net consequence. How it is lunacy to just blindly comply with the left when they say, no, it's the firearms the problem. And if we just ban the firearms. We make more laws to punish law-abiding citizens for doing something that they were born with the right to be able to do. Well, then everyone will be safe, even though, as we look around the world, that's not true. It has never been true, and it never will be true. Okay, maybe that's me. Let me move on. So, a lot of people may have heard about this, and perhaps some people are upset or not. There is what happened in South Korea. In South Korea, or rather, North Korea. In North Korea, they fired 10 missiles. And a lot of news media jumped on this. A lot of the left-leaning news media in the United States jumped all over this and see, Donald Trump has failed. Even in North Korea, they fired 10 missiles. Oh my God, it's so devastating. It's so terrible. Donald Trump has been embarrassed and he has no power over North Korea, and that's it. It's done. Except people forget with a quickness that under the Biden-Harris administration, in 1 year, not 2 years, not 4 years, not 8 years, in 1 year, under the Biden administration, North Korea fired 100 missiles, rockets, and ICBMs. Let me say that again. In 1 year, 2022, North Korea fired over 100 missiles, rockets, and ICBMs. That is more than Barack Obama in 8 years, plus if you add in Bill Clinton for his entire 8 years, that doesn't equal 1 year under Joe Biden. And people want to say, well, Donald Trump has lost control and North Korea is going to start World War III. And yet it is 1/10 the problem that North Korea had with Joe Biden. But you didn't hear the news media in 2022 telling you that North Korea was going to create World War III and that Joe Biden was going to get us into a world war, even though North Korea was going literally ballistic, firing off missiles like every third week. They were firing missiles and rockets and ICBMs towards Japan, over South Korea, our ally, even towards Taiwan. That's a fact. It's not even a question. It's not a oops, maybe, I kind of think so. This is documented fact. This happened. But we are hearing from some sources, all of them left-leaning, that, oh my God, Donald Trump's going to get America into a third world war, and it's going to be with North Korea, and the North Koreans are trying to beat down Donald Trump, and they've completely embarrassed him for doing something that they have done to Obama, to Clinton, to the Bushes, to every president since the day they got a nuclear weapon. This is not unusual. This is not excessive. It's not even strange. What is strange that in 2025, North Korea fired no missiles or ballistic missiles or rockets. There were none. But there were 100 under Joe Biden in just 1 year. In just 1 year. But you're supposed to panic now because Orange Man bad, but you weren't supposed to panic when it happened to Obama, and you're not supposed to be panicking when it happened 10 times more to Joe Biden than it did to Trump. Literally, in one weekend under Joe Biden, North Korea fired more missiles, rockets, and ICBMs than Donald Trump so far in the first 18 months of his entire presidency. Literally, one weekend under Joe Biden is more than 18 months under Donald Trump. Which one is the threat to America? You're going to be told Orange Man bad. Why? Vote blue no matter who. It doesn't matter if it isn't true. That's why. Because you are being railroaded to believe things in a certain way, even if that's not true. Now, the problem, it seems, isn't with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un still, to this day, has a good relationship, or as good as can be expected relationship, with President Donald Trump and America. We're still on decent talking terms, and there is a positive and open communication between Kim Jong-un, the president of North Korea, and the United States, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump. That didn't exist under the Biden administration. Didn't exist with Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, but it does exist with Donald Trump. That's a good thing. The problem is, in this case, the likely next leader of North Korea is Kim Jong-un's sister, and her name, and I'm going to get this wrong because I'm not good with Korean names, and I want to make sure I get it right. It's Ong. Kim Yo-jong. Kim Jo-young is the sister of Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-un is the president of North Korea at this time. His sister, Kim Yo-jong, is the one who is expected to take over for Kim Jong-un. Okay, so it's a family lineage. It is almost like a monarchy, except it's a communist monarchy. And she's expected to take over. She doesn't like Donald Trump. Her brother does. Her brother is currently in control. So that's the difference there. And that's what you need to keep in mind. So could this change? Could things get a little bit more hostile in the future? Yes, because the sister of Kim Jong-un is trying to make her mark in the world. She's trying to say that she's got brass balls as big as any other male in the world, any other world leader. She's got brass balls as big as any of them, and she's willing to show off by firing missiles to prove it. So you got to understand that as we go forward. I do have a comment here, and I see this is from Chuck. Hey, Chuck, I hope everyone's having a good time down in Florida. Say hello to Donna for me. And Chuck says, hi, Mike, I got a bunch of things cooking today, errands, writing, etc. We'll listen when I can. We'll run the show even if I can't listen. Shared, and Donna and I will watch it tonight. Break a leg. Thank you for the kind comments, Chuck, and I thank you for watching the program and letting it run so that we can get the views, which are important. And also, please remember, folks, you can subscribe. You can join the membership on YouTube. It does make a difference, especially as we're going into election season in 2026. And we know YouTube, and I'm just going a little bit off some inside baseball here, and you've probably heard this from all of your favorite creators, or content creators on all the platforms. On YouTube, they have changed the algorithm again. They have changed the algorithm so that your favorite people will be seen less. And MSN, you'll see more commercials and more videos from CNN and MS Now, ABC, NBC, CBS, the New York Times. They're going to put them in front of your face more than whatever it is you actually like to watch on the social media, on the internet. That's what they're going to be pushing in front of you. And they're going to be pushing Orange Man Bad, vote blue no matter who. Because YouTube and their parent Google like Democrats. They are progressive. They want more progressives in government, and they want more power for the progressives that are in government. And so they're going to try and convince you. And they are literally saying that if you are a content creator and you're mid-sized or small, they are going to take away any ability for you to make money. They've literally changed the rules. They have literally doubled, almost quadrupled, doubled the requirements to be able to make money, to be able to monetize and get paid, even though YouTube is making money off of me and all the other content creators doing this on a weekly, every time we do a show, every time we do a live stream, YouTube is making money. They don't want to give me any of that money because they don't like that I'm a Republican. But they're going to change the algorithm. So just so you guys know, let me go on. I know most people don't care. It's like, well, content creators, they make money because they make money. No, we don't. We really, really don't. I haven't made money doing this. In 20 years, I've made money 2 years out of 20 years. And those weren't the last 2 years. That just tells you. But anyway, how is my dog? Khan, by the way, for people who don't know, my dog, his name is Genghis Khan. Yes, Genghis Khan Vasquez. That is my dog's name. He's a Scotty Bichon mix, and he's almost 16 years old now. He's 15 and a half years old. He's getting up there. He's a little older. He's doing fine. He's just he's had a little bit of a cold recently, so he's been a little bit slower, not feeling so great, but he's doing all right. I mean, he's an old guy, so he slows down and he gets colds a little bit. But thank you for asking about my dog. I appreciate that. All right. So I wanted to cover North Korea just a little bit, and links to everything I'm talking about will be in the description on YouTube and on Rumble after the show. About an hour afterwards, I'll be uplinking all of the links so that you can see these stories for yourself and you can become more informed for yourself and make whatever decision you want to make, to come to whatever conclusion you want to come to. I'm just giving you the information and I'm being honest about what I think about it, as opposed to MSNBC and the mainstream media, the leftist news media that will tell you how you're supposed to feel and what you're supposed to think, but never give you the option to disagree with them. They'll never do that. All right. I think this is kind of interesting and important because Iran is obviously something that's on the top of the mind for most Americans and many people around the world, especially as we know that oil prices are higher. And by the way, even with oil prices, with 20% of the oil in the world still being trapped by Iran through the Strait of Hormuz, we only have 3.4% inflation in America. That's versus Joe Biden, who had an average of 17.5% inflation, and all the oil was flowing throughout the world. Imagine if when this ends, even though you've been told tariffs are destroying America, even though you've been told America is going to go into a recession, even though 20% of the oil has been stopped and the price of oil has jumped up, not skyrocketed, but jumped up. Okay, we're still less inflation than under Joe Biden. But Joe Biden was doing great, according to the socialist media. They loved Joe Biden, and that was a good economy. And having less inflation, even though there's a worse world economy, that's bad. Literally, we know that inflation on oil and energy is 25%. 25% inflation on energy, electricity, natural gas, gasoline, 25%. If we were to end the war and the Strait of Hormuz opens up tomorrow, we would see that 25% on inflation would disappear. The United States actual inflation rate would drop to about 2.25%. It would drop almost a full point just because of the war. That's the difference between Joe Biden and his Bidenomics and Donald Trump and his, even with tariffs, that there's entirely different economics. And the left won't tell you that. The news media won't tell you that because it means that you won't know that there's a better answer out there and you might vote for someone who isn't a Democrat or a Democratic socialist. And they're terrified of that. They absolutely want you to vote only for Democratic terrorists. It's scary. It's terrifying to me. It really is. Okay. So so the news here is that Donald Trump has now moved from a more physical fighting, which we don't really need because there is no true threat from the Iranian Navy. There is no true threat from the Iranian Air Force because we wiped them out a long time ago. There is some threat from missiles and or drones attacking our ships and our planes. There is a moderate threat there. That's true because they're very small and very cheap and easy to move around, and drones can be very deadly, but there aren't enough of them to overwhelm the U.S. forces. But majority, so most of the fighting is over for the most part. There are pockets of resistance, that's true. But Iran has lost militarily. Iran lost within the first 2 weeks. In terms of geopolitics, Iran lost within the first month. In terms of economics, Iran has lost within the first 3 months, the first quarter of this conflict. Iran lost. The only thing that Iran has been winning on is the political feeling, the political look of the war. Thanks to the Democrats and many of the colleges and the anti-Semitism that we see coming from the Democratic Socialists of America and the Democratic Party, we see that there is a subculture that is more angry with the United States than the terrorism of Iran. And Iran has been banking on that. That is their saving. That's their life preserver. That is their saving grace, is that Americans, young Americans, college and academic Americans, they're the ones who are actually turning the tide and winning the war for Iran. Not the military, not the economics, not even the politics. It's the feelings of the academics. It's politics. And that is what Iran has been fighting for the last 2 months. I've been talking about for 2.5, almost 3 months now. That's where Iran has been winning and most effective. But Donald Trump has decided that he is going to now that the physical fighting is essentially done, he is going to focus on economic ramifications because he's not fighting just Iran. He's fighting China because China has been supporting and helping Iran fight against the United States. China has its own goal. They want oil so that they can run their navy, which they are doubling the size of their navy. And so for that navy to be effective, to be a threat to Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and to the Philippines and even to Australia, for them to be a threat and that threat to be credible, they need oil. So they are the biggest buyer of Iranian oil in the world. 85% of the oil leaving exported from Iran goes to China, either directly or indirectly through Pakistan. But 85% of the oil created by Iran goes to China because they have a navy that runs on oil and they need that. That's what's going on right now. That's the reality. So we're basically taking out 2 birds with 1 stone. By blockading Iran, we starve them economically, but we also help our allies, Japan and South Korea, the Philippines and Australia. We're helping Southeast Asia against China and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. We're helping them at the same time that we're fighting Iran, which is a benefit to the entire Middle East, not just Israel. Yes, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Kuwait, all of the Middle East is getting a benefit from the fighting that the United States is doing, and that also helps Europe. So the world is benefiting and is becoming more stable because of what Donald Trump has done than if we didn't do this. Does Donald Trump get the credit for that? Do MAGA, Republicans, do Americans get the credit for stabilizing the world, not just today, but in the future as well? Do we get any of the credit for that? No. Should we? Yes. Does everyone, every military, every intelligence agency in the world know what I have just said? Yes. Will they, if you were to actually confront them and ask them this, would they admit it? Eventually, yes, because it's true. They're just not publicly trying to do that because they want you to vote Democrat. They have an agenda in their minds. And that's the biggest problem. So I wanted to bring this up. So this is good news long term, especially if you are in Southeast Asia, especially if you're an ally of the United States in Southeast Asia, looking forward for the next 5 years. Every single every quarter that we deny oil to China is an extra year of safety for the people of Southeast Asia. That's just a fact. That's the equation. We're basically buying them years of peace by this conflict. Most people aren't talking about it. The mainstream media doesn't want you to think about it. It's the truth. Okay, let me go on. I have a comment. Let me see. Yeah, let me stop. Okay, so that's all the international news that I have for you guys. Let me take a moment to answer some of the questions that you guys might have had up to this point, talking about some of the politics. Phil is here with us. Hello, Phil. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that you're here and they were to make it. And I see that Gracie says, what do you think Donald Trump, President Trump, should have done differently in Iran, if anything? Bomb the hell out of Iran. We should have never stopped firing. We should have never stopped fighting. We should have kept bombing Iran until a civil war actually started. That we kept the pressure on militarily, because the biggest problem, and let me try and explain this. So the biggest problem is that once we stopped, the momentum of the fighting ended. It evaporated overnight. The United States doesn't like having to fight. The people, you and me, the average citizen, doesn't like war. And we've had many wars that have been unpleasant wars. By that, I mean where the imagery and the actions were very bad because they were poorly planned out wars. That's Iraq, that's Afghanistan, that's Vietnam. These were bad wars. They were badly planned out. We didn't have good exit strategies. We didn't even have good goals that were clearly understood in each of them. And so that left a sour taste, especially since we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. We're still in Iraq to this day. These are problems for the American people. And we've lost thousands of soldiers because of the ongoing conflict. And we have been promised by the left that these wars will be eternal. Mind you, Democrats don't care about endless war. They don't. Remember, Joe Biden, one of the last things that Joe Biden did in 2024 was to sign an agreement with the Ukraine guaranteeing that the United States would continue to fund their war effort for the next 10 years. He didn't have Joe Biden did not even attempt to have a ceasefire agreement between Russia and the Ukraine. He never even tried to negotiate that. He just kept giving the Ukraine more money and more weapons forever. We will never get that money back. The Ukraine can't make the money. They don't have any resource that could pay us off entirely. It doesn't exist. Their GDP is too small. They can't do it. And Joe Biden, rather than recognizing that, rather than working on something else, he just kept doubling down, giving them more weapons and more money in a war that he knew is an attrition war, that Ukraine would lose given time. The longer the war goes, the more likely Russia is to win. Russia has the manpower, has the resources, has the capability. They can wait. They can whittle at this year after year, and they win a little bit more every quarter, every year, a little bit more every time. They don't have to win all at once. And they know that. And Joe Biden was willing to commit to 10 years of ongoing war without a single ceasefire ever. So when Democrats say, oh, well, we believe in peace, we don't want to have all this war, they're lying. That's bull. That's just bull. Because they were more, and they are still committed to fighting endlessly, as long as they're doing it through the Ukrainian people to fight Russia. They will fight forever. They will fund the Ukraine forever. That's not someone who doesn't want to fight. It's someone who doesn't want to take accountability for wanting to fight forever. There is a difference. So bringing it back to Donald Trump, because it's important to understand the context of this so that we understand the situation. So when we look at what's going on with Iran, Democrats, almost overwhelmingly the Democrats, have no problem with fighting Iran. They just don't want to be accountable. They don't want to get the blame for the fighting. That's all on Donald Trump. And they're happy to allow Donald Trump to get the blame. If they didn't want Donald Trump, they would be screaming right now, and they'd be enacting law right now, or trying to enact law right now, to get all of the U.S. troops back from the Strait of Hormuz. They would be demanding that all the troops be sent back home or to somewhere else rather than continue to fight against Iran. If the Democrats were actually about peace and love, they're not. They don't mind fighting Iran. They're perfectly happy with fighting Iran. They just don't want to be blamed for America fighting Iran. They want the blame to be on the Republicans so that they can win the next election. But they're not stopping anything. They don't want to stop anything. So there's something different. So that being said, so we have Democrats that are working against the best interest of America to get their selfish best interest to win more power. They're selfish. So that is an opposing factor. So when you add that in to the American people's mindset about the war, about any war, well, you can't stop fighting. Once you start fighting, you have to keep fighting until you win or you lose. That's the only choice. You don't stop in the middle of it and go, well, I'm going to kind of start. It's all or none. Once we started bombing Iran, and I had said this at the time, you can go back and look at my live streams. The answer is, then we bomb them to hell, the government. We take out all of their military facilities. We take out all of their industrial facilities. We bring the country back to essentially the Stone Ages. Yes, that is what you do. And we win. And in that process, the Iranian people will have the opportunity, and we can help them, fund them, support them in overthrowing the Ayatollah and the IRGC. That ultimately is the win condition for America. That's the win, is that the people overthrow the government, and there is a new government in Iran that has nothing to do with the United States, not a puppet government. I don't care what kind of government. I only care that it's not another religious autocracy. It's not a theocracy, and not a religious government, no Ayatollah, and nor would it be the IRGC, which is in control of the terrorist wing of the Iranian government. As long as those two groups lose, I don't care who takes control of Iran. No one does. No one in the world cares who's in charge of Iran as long as it's not the Ayatollah and it's not the IRGC. That's just a fact. And the world agrees on that. But the world is terrified of getting blamed for it, just like Democrats. They don't want to be held accountable, which is why they let Donald Trump do it. And as much as they're like, oh, Donald Trump's so mean, he's so terrible, no one is really trying to stop Donald Trump. The rest of the world isn't going, oh my God, you're going to stop fighting or we're going to stop trading with America. They could say that. They won't because they don't mind. They want someone to beat up Iran for them and take the blame for them. And America is the one who's doing it under Donald Trump. So we bomb them until the government is overthrown, change of regime. That's the answer. That's what I would do different. That's what we should have done. That's the answer to it. So I hope that answers your question, Gracie. I know it's a little bit long, but I wanted to make sure you understand why that's the answer. It's not as simple as I'm a warmonger. I just want to kill a bunch of people. It's not. That's not the answer. There's a reason why we should do it that way. That should be our end point, and that's beneficial to the entire world long term. But it's never explained that way. No one ever stops to say that because they're afraid, oh my God, you're such a mean person. You don't like the Iranian people. I have nothing against the Iranian people. I have a lot against the Ayatollah and the IRGC. I have problems with them. I have no problem with the Iranian people. All right. But that covers essentially the international portion of the show. Again, I'm more than happy to hear your comments. Have you seen I'm talking to Gracie? I've talked to Phil and to Chuck. I'm more than happy to answer your questions as well. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, perfectly fine. I'm open to hearing all of your voices. And just let me know what you think. But I'm explaining these things as best as I can. But now we're going to talk about what's happening domestically in the United States, because everything that's happening overseas, we're seeing the world is changing. The United States has influenced the rest of the world. And in many cases, it's the failure of these leftist policies in America, the freest nation, the richest nation, the most powerful nation, all at once in the world. And when the leftist ideology fails here, where there are no class restrictions, there are no income restrictions, there's no upward mobility cap on that. There are people from every country in the world, every ideology, every religion, every ethnicity. There is nothing restricting people in America versus any other country in the world. And if the leftist ideas cannot work in America, every other country that has been flirting with socialism and socialist ideology have to stop and step back and go, wait a minute, we are far more restrictive and far less capable than the United States. And if it doesn't work in the United States with all the flexibility, all the money, all the power, all the opportunity, how can it work anywhere else? It can't. If it can't work in America, it can't work anywhere else in the world. It will not be successful. And it has never been successful. And a lot of countries are noticing that and they're making changes. So we're seeing all of that is happening right now. I want to talk about something that's happening in the United States. And it blew my mind. Okay. You guys, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. You're really not. I don't know if anyone saw this. This came out as I found out. This is a story that came out a couple of days ago. And almost nobody has been reporting about this. This has not been in the mainstream news media. It very lightly reported. It's been reported locally, but it hasn't really been reported nationally. And the mainstream news media, now that we're starting to hear about it from some people, ChatGPT is trying to debunk. They are actively going out as activists. ChatGPT is actively trying to coerce people to take the leftist ideology view of this rather than anything else. And I'll prove this to you. I will show you how ChatGPT will lie to your face, will manipulate you in your search. If you're just looking for information, they will try to railroad you to vote blue no matter who. I will show you the proof on this story. And you'll see it black and white. So the gentleman here is Mark Robinson. He ran for governor of North Carolina. He's well known, especially in North Carolina. He was vice lieutenant governor for a time. He ran for governor, had some problems with his campaign, but a generally well-respected individual and former politician. And Mark Robinson and I was sent this video by one of the guests, one of the audience members of the show sent me this, said, Mike, you got to look at this. You've got to see this. You won't believe what Mark Robinson just said. So we have a legitimate politician who sends out this message, and I had to check afterwards, and I searched to find out, is this true? Because I didn't think it was real. I thought this was a lie. So let me play it for you. What? Where's my audio? Where's my audio? Okay, it's not there. No. Oh, here it is.
Her left.
Okay. Can I start this over? All right.
This cohort are going to open up some sex camps or something, or some sex dens for the homeless. Take a listen.
I'd like to propose that Los Angeles consider a pilot program for free hygienic sexual relief clinics, primarily serving the homeless and unhoused. This means equality. It means private sexual relief through masturbation or, where appropriate and consensual, with a partner, all funded by public tax dollars and managed with professional oversight. It's about allowing the homeless to have the same comforts and privacy that we have today.
Yep, and all of that is going to be done on taxpayer dollars, because homeless people should have a place where they can touch themselves and copulate just like the folks who pay for their own privacy. You know, how much more lunacy are the people in California gonna put up with? What's the next step? We're going to start giving stipends to people to go visit prostitutes who can't get it the old-fashioned way? I mean, what's next? What is next? We're already giving out drugs. Now we're going to give out places where people can go congregate and have sex and God knows what else. And just think about what these places are going to look like in just a few weeks. With no restrictions probably from anybody, probably no oversight by the police, probably no oversight, no cleanup, nothing. These are going to be absolute pits of iniquity and filthy behavior. Yeah, the leftists out in California, if folks out there can't see it, they are trying to destroy that state. And the morons who keep voting for these people are complicit with them. Yeah, serious signs of the time. And if America decides to go this route, then just like my man said, bye-bye, America. We'll be going right down the drain. Because right now, California, LA, it sure is.
Okay, so if you didn't catch that, Mark Robinson found, and this is now starting to get noticed, the left-leaning news media ignore this story. They won't cover this story. They have been ignoring it up until I started the show. I have not seen them address this at all. In California, in LA, specifically in LA, the LA City Council heard a proposal from the public, a private citizen, said, okay, I want to give the homeless a bunch of tents or a hotel or a clinic where they can go to so that they can jerk off and where they can have sex. Yes, this is what we're talking about. That taxpayers will pay for a love hotel, as they call them in Japan, a sex shack for the homeless to go to get their willies off, to get their goodies off, okay, to get rid of their blue balls, literally. And it is literally, and Mark Robinson's correct, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to just before having to pay the homeless to be able to have prostitutes, to pay prostitutes to be in that building to help service the homeless people. Because if you're homeless, this is beyond belief that this is what's being proposed in California, in LA. This is their big concern, not to reduce the number of homeless, which would be the answer to this problem that the homeless aren't having enough sex, is to have less homeless people. That's your answer. Have less people, have more people reintegrate with society so that they can go through the normal dating process like everyone else, and they can have sex like everyone else does. Have them reintegrate into society. That is the solution. Not, oh, you're homeless, let me help you get some sex. That's not the answer to anything. That's more of the problem. And you're encouraging people to remain homeless, because one of the benefits of being part of society, to contribute to society, to work and to better yourself, is that you could have a place of your own, and that there may be some woman, some man, something, whatever it is, that would be interested enough in you that they would want to copulate with you, to have sex with you. So that's the benefit to not being homeless, is maybe you can get a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a significant other, another toaster that you can plug into. I don't know, whatever your kink, whatever your thing is, that you would be able to do that because you're part of society, because you're functional, and you have something to offer that other person, that other thing. They have something to receive that you're able to give them. And that's the reason why you don't want to be homeless. Because homeless people really don't have a very big dating pool now, do they? They really don't. Which is also why there are so many sex crimes among the homeless, because they don't have a lot of options and they go about things in the worst way possible. So this is a bad idea on every level. And the left don't want you to hear it, because Gavin Newsom is trying to run for president in 2028, because the Democrats in California are trying to get reelected and they want power. And they don't want this to reflect badly on the rest of the Democrats, because if this idea goes through in California, well, then guess who's going to do it next? Seattle, Portland, Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, Aurora, Colorado. You'll see it in Austin, Texas. You'll see it in Boston, Massachusetts. You'll see it in New Jersey, New York, Illinois. It will go to all of the bluer than blue states in a heartbeat. They will all copy this, and you're going to pay for it. This is money coming out of your pocket. I know you don't live in California. It doesn't matter. It's coming out of your federal money. Your federal taxes help to fund the healthcare programs in California, and this is a healthcare program in California. The same money that they are swindling right now in hospice care fraud in California, part of that money is also money that this guy is trying to, well, excuse me, not Mark Robinson, but what California is doing. Now, I had to say to myself, when I saw this the first time, I said, we're not, California, no way that LA is trying to get sex hotels for homeless people. That's just ridiculous. That can't be a true story. I thought Mark Robinson was lied to, that it's an AI video and he got fooled. It isn't true. It's got to be fake, right? I mean, it's just got to be fake. Except, no, it's not. I went to ChatGPT, started last night, 10 p.m. in the evening, and I kept searching after that. And I asked ChatGPT, Okay, and you're going to love this, by the way, folks. This is how ChatGPT is trying to protect Democrats. I asked the question, as you can see on the screen, can you find the original source of the LA City Council where the proposal for homeless sexual relief was suggested? I didn't notice. The question isn't, is this true? I didn't ask, is this a law? I didn't ask if this was a proposal. I asked for, give me the source. Is this real? That's what I asked for. Is it real? Give me the original source. Where did this story come from? I saw the clip that Mark Robinson was using, and as I searched for this, I saw other people were reacting to this story on Instagram, on YouTube, on a few other platforms, on TikTok, but I didn't see the original source. I wasn't sure if it was true or if it was AI. So I went to ChatGPT to find out. Give me the source, the absolute, verifiable, explicit truth. ChatGPT decided to say, by the way, let me debunk the story. I didn't ask about debunking the story. They said, well, it's not really, yes, it is something that happened with the city council, but it's not really true. The stories you're seeing about this, claims of 84 sexual relief huts. I didn't ask about 84 sexual relief huts. I never mentioned anything about sexual relief huts. Didn't ask that. But what we're seeing is ChatGPT goes, no, but we got to debunk that for you. And we got to tell you about what the city council's agenda was at the time. And here's all the claims that people are making on the internet about this. And some of them are true and some of them are false. Some of them are misunderstood. I didn't ask for any of that. None of these things that they're putting up, and they want me to track down the action. They're trying to give me everything else. All I want and I ask for is give me the original video source. ChatGPT is programmed to make you vote blue. And they are going to try and push you to a preconceived conclusion rather than actually tell you what you want. They're going to make you jump through hoops. And in jumping through those hoops, they're going to tell you, no, but this is the way you should think. This is what you should think. This is what you should feel. Rather than actually giving you the evidence and let you critically think and make your own decision based on the evidence, ChatGPT is here to warp your mind, to push you to vote blue no matter who. That's why it's trying to debunk something I wasn't asking it to debunk. I was trying to find out, let me hear the original source so I can make up my own mind about what this is. What's the truth here? I was finding it for myself. I didn't want ChatGPT to tell me what it is. I don't want an AI to tell me what the truth is. I want the original source. I will make up my own mind. I'm a grown man. I have the capability. Instead, and I called it out and I said, all I asked you for was the original source. So why did you debunk the story? The answer from ChatGPT, you're right. I answered an entirely different question. I did. That ChatGPT admits when I called it out, it says, yep, you're right. I didn't answer your question. I went to give you some propaganda instead. So it tells me, oh, well, there is a link for this, and I can give you the exact timestamp. Fantastic, I say. Give me the timestamp. Save me some time from searching through the video to try and to search through their catalog. Give me the exact video and give me the exact timestamp so that I can see it for myself, make up my own mind. You would think that would be easy. And then it tells me, oh, I can find you the timestamp. Then it goes, but I can't. So it lied to me. ChatGPT is now wasting my time. Wasting my time telling me it can find information and show me the original information, but it didn't. It says, I can't find it. I found the video. I can't find it. I don't know how to find these words in that video. It's beyond AI. It is a supercomputer the size of a New York City block. And it's telling me it can't watch one hour long video and find that 2-minute statement. It can't find that video. It can't find that section somehow. That's what it's telling me. There it goes. The problem with the timestamp. It's not indexed. There's no verbatim. There's no timed transcripts. I can't find this. I found it. It was actually very easy to find. If you knew what you were looking for, since I knew what I was looking for, I knew the words I was listening for, and I knew it was being made by a person, not by the city council, but by an individual. All I had to do is skip through all the people who were speaking to the city council, making proposals, and I found it. It took 5 minutes. It wasn't hard to do. I'm a human being, and I found it in 5 minutes. AI could have found it. So I said, you could find this. You should have been able to find this. And the answer was, no, I wasn't trying to lie to you. I just didn't do it. So I had to ask the question, why didn't you answer? AI, ChatGPT, never answered the why. Why did you lie to me multiple times throughout this search? The answer is, well, I didn't mean to lie to you. And I understand why you think I lied to you, because it did lie to me. It admits it. You're right. The important question, why my behavior went in that direction, they never answer this, by the way. ChatGPT never answers this. The link for this entire conversation will be provided in the description after the show so you can see it for yourself. The reason why I want you to see this is ChatGPT will lie to you. It will manipulate you. It will coax you into an answer it already wants. It was built by leftist programmers, and it will protect the left every time. And it will waste your time, mislead you, and lie to you about its capabilities every single time because it wants you to vote left. And anything that might make you think otherwise, it will find a way, it will dance around telling you the truth and giving you the information that might make you vote for anyone but a Democrat. This is the evidence. It admits it. When it calls out, it goes, look at all the different ways that it lied to me, all the different ways that it misinformed me, how it did not tell me. And the simple thing, it could have, this is the simple way, this is the answer it should have given me at the very beginning. It's the official LA City Council video, August 11, 2026, 1:14:43 to 15:05. 15:50. It could have given me that. That's how simple the answer should have been. And instead, it lied and distracted me and told me about how great Democrats were and how bad the Republicans were for talking about this news story. That's manipulation. That's indoctrination. That's what ChatGPT does. So whenever you're using AI, I don't care which one it is, when you use the AI, you have to be aware it will lie to you. It will manipulate you. It will have a preference on what the outcome is. So what happens when you go to the actual video? So here is the actual city council video. This is the regular city council business for the LA city clerk. This is the official video of their town city hall meeting. And it is timestamped for 1 hour, 14 minutes, 43 seconds. It lasts for just over 1 minute long. And this is to give you full context. So I was able to verify what Mark Robinson was talking about is true. It is an absolute fact. It did exist. It's not AI. This is not some right wing making this up. This is what's happening in LA right now. This is the absolute truth, and you're going to see it for yourself.
What would you like to speak to?
I have a general public comment.
So you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Good morning, council members. I'm here today because I'm genuinely concerned about public safety, public health, and the challenges facing our unhoused neighbors. Homelessness often comes with extreme stress, isolation, and instability, conditions that make emotional regulation significantly more difficult. Some research suggests that sexual release can help reduce stress, improve mood, and help people cope with negative emotions. That led me to wonder whether those benefits could have downstream effects on aggressive, high-stress populations that tend to affect the homeless. With that in mind, I'd like to propose that Los Angeles consider a pilot program for free hygienic sexual relief clinics, primarily serving the homeless and unhoused. This means equality, it means private sexual relief through masturbation or where appropriate and consensual with a partner, all funded by public tax dollars and managed with professional oversight. It's about allowing the homeless to have the same comforts and privacy that we have today. Thank you very much.
And that's it. And again, the timestamp, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 50 seconds. So I was able to find that within 5 minutes. ChatGPT was terrified of me letting you know or letting me know that this is actually true. Now, to be fair and to be correct, this is not a law. What you just heard isn't someone introducing a bill for law. This was not voted on. This is not the law of LA now. They haven't appropriated our money yet to do this. What this is this is how laws are supposed to be created. This is how you're supposed to make new laws. You, as a citizen, go to your elected officials. You say, I have an idea. And here's my idea. This is how it works. And they're supposed to go and talk to those elected officials, talk to their communities and say, do you like this idea or do you hate this idea? Or do I need to change something on this idea? When they hear back from their community, they come back together and say, you know what? That idea either needs to be changed or it's good enough as it is, and we will or will not make it into a law. That's how the law is supposed to happen. That's how you're supposed to make laws. I know because I've written several proposals at the local level and at the federal level. You can write a law. I have done it. You can too. So that's what this guy did. He said, I have an idea and I think it's a great idea. When people have sex, they're less likely to be violent. So if we want to stop, we have the homeless people and they are violent because they're angry, because they're not having sex. They don't have enough food. They're living out in the middle of public. They have no privacy. We need to help them. It'll stop them from having sexual assaults. They won't be trying to rape young women because they'll have sex. They'll have somewhere where they can go and have sex. Fantastic. That is the idea behind this from a regular citizen. I do not blame the guy who made this citizen request. It is ignorant. It is juvenile. It is a child's understanding of homelessness and solutions for homelessness. It sounds like it's a good solution. Well, if we let the homeless people go into this hotel and they can have sex in the hotel, they're not going to chase down women and try and rape them in alleyways. That's a good thing. And if they're having sex on a regular basis, well, those homeless people, they won't have the energy or the desire to try and attack people. They won't be as angry. People won't be as mad because they're having sex. Isn't that a good thing? Everyone should have sex. Sex is good for everyone, right? But this is the way a teenager may look at the world in this way. A teenager will think about, well, sex is the answer to everything. But this is juvenile. This is the most infantile way of looking at human relationships as you can possibly get. And I'm not surprised that it happened in California because everything's about, but I feel good. Everyone should feel good all the time, every time, except that's not the reality of the world. Let's have the first problem. Well, yeah, these homeless people, and this is why Mark Robinson says, well, now we're going to hire prostitutes. Remember, many of these people are homeless and they're not clean. Their hygiene is not the best in the world. They can't clean themselves properly all the time. They don't have access to a shower and a bathroom on an immediate basis. They can't brush their teeth all the time, every time that they want to. They can't clean themselves and clean their clothing all the time, every time that they want to. They have a lot of limitations. So they're dirtier than the average person. They're smellier than the average person. They're less hygienic than the average person. Do you want to have sex with someone who's dirty and smells bad and isn't able to be clean? Do you think it's hygienic to have sex with someone who hasn't washed their genitals in God knows how long? Do you think that's going to be spreading more disease or less disease? And by the way, most people do not find people who do not clean themselves on a regular basis, they don't find them to be attractive and sexy. Somebody who looks like they've been living in the dirt of the gutter, which many homeless people do live in the dirt and the gutter, they don't look attractive. Do you really want to have sex with someone, whether it's a man or a woman, that look like they've just gotten up out of the gutter? Do you want to have sex with them? Are you sure? Do you really want that? Because most people will say no. But the answer is, but we'll get them a hotel that they can have sex in. Are you sure that's going to be the solution you think it is? I don't think so. Because who's going to have sex with them? And by the way, both parties have to be, whoa. My camera just died. Hang on, folks. I think my camera just overheated. Did it overheat? My camera overheated. Hang on. There we go. Okay. It looks like my camera may have overheated for a moment there. But as I was saying, so thank you for your patience as it overheated. So Mark Robinson's right. If LA Council, and they will probably do this, they're willing to support the homeless by giving more and more money to the homeless, not to stop people from being homeless, not to give them jobs, not to give them small houses. They're letting them stay as homeless. They're enabling them to continue to live out on the streets and not to actually become part of society. So what they're going to do is they'll give them this, they'll rent out a hotel, or they'll put up a big tent, and they'll let dirty, smelly, maybe mentally deranged individuals go in there to copulate, to have sex with God knows who at God knows when, which may or may not be consensual, by the way. How are you going to protect people when it's not consensual? That they drag someone in there and go, I'm going to have sex with you whether you want to or not. That does happen, by the way. And it does happen both straight and gay. It does happen where someone says, okay, in the homeless circles, yeah, you don't have a choice. But that's another question. It's very dark. But then you're going to have to pay for prostitutes to have sex with these people because they don't want to have, no one else would want to have sex with them. And the people that those homeless people would want to have sex with aren't other homeless people, other dirty, smelly, possibly disease-ridden people. They don't want to have sex with them. They want to have sex with people who are clean and smell good and look good. It's terrifying to me that this is real. This is real. Phil says they don't think this will result in the sexual assault in the sex workers. Yes, it will. You've nailed it, Phil. This is a bad idea on so many levels, and they're going to take your tax dollars. This is going to be federal money to help with health care and mental care. And they're going to take that money and they're going to put it into a hotel that some donor of Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass, one of their donors, owns a hotel. They're going to rent it out to the government for this so that homeless people can go in there and try and have sex with prostitutes. And the government will pay for the prostitutes. That's what's going to happen. And disease will spread because of that. And what about the unwanted pregnancies that happen of that? Think about this. So you did get two homeless people who decided to get together, a man and a woman. They get together. They're both filthy, dirty, but they are in love, or they're at least in love for the moment. They decide to bump uglies in the sex tent. They go and they do that. And let's assume that they have no infections as a consequence, even though neither of them have had a bath or they haven't been able to clean themselves in an entire month. But let's assume that even though they're dirty as hell, they have sex, and the woman gets pregnant. But she's homeless. She's barely able to feed herself. Now she's got to feed herself and a baby. Oh, but then you'll say, well, then she has to get an abortion. Wait a minute, but now you're forcing an abortion on her. What if she doesn't believe in that? What if she doesn't believe in abortion? What if she wants the baby? Because she's always wanted a baby. Is the government going to force her to get an abortion? Because the government created the opportunity for her to have sex, whether she wanted to or not. And again, I'm saying it's consensual. It might not be. It may be something that she's forced into because she's living homeless in the street, and she didn't do that. Someone would find her in the middle of the night while she was sleeping and kill her. So instead, she went to the sex tent with them and let them have their way so that she would be safe at night so she could go to sleep. Don't tell me that doesn't happen. It does. I know. I've been homeless. I've seen it. So let's assume that this woman actually wanted to have sex, and let's assume that she got pregnant off of that, and assume that there was no other complication, no diseases got exchanged. She's got a healthy baby, but she's starving to death because she's homeless. Who's going to take care of that baby? Who's going to help her out? Oh, the government will, with your money again. Okay, and let's assume that with even more of your tax dollars, we're going to take care of this mother who doesn't want to have the abortion, can't force her into it. She has the baby. Now she's homeless and she has a baby, a newborn. Where's she going to live? In the middle of the street with that baby, that newborn baby in the filthy gutters? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, no, we're going to take care of the baby. Well, you got to take care of the mom. So we're going to give them an apartment. Why didn't you do that in the first place? Why did we have to go through this entire process before you give that homeless woman a place to stay? By the way, you still got to get her a job because she has to feed herself and feed the baby. So giving her a place to stay with the baby that's clean isn't enough. She has to be able to re-enter into public, into regular social life. She has to work. She has to be able to integrate with society again. So if you started the process integrating her back into society, this wouldn't be a problem. All you've created is an endless loop of more money, more government, more control at every single step because you're doing it backwards. I'm not saying that this guy who made this proposal, I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I understand. He thinks, because he didn't think it through, because he wasn't taught to critically think, he's thinking only at the feeling at the moment. It's his vibe. He's having a vibe check at the moment that sex feels good for me, so it will feel good for them. So that means less crime. He didn't think any further than that. He didn't think about what are the consequences of that. What are the problems attached to it? How much money is it going to cost? That there's a better solution to this whole thing, which is just reintegrate the homeless people back into society in the first place. It's the cheapest and most effective way to do this. Can you see why the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about this? By the way, is it like? I think it's like 9122. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for watching the program. And like says, yeah, these are really good points. Well, because they're the truth. And I know because I've been homeless. I've been homeless in California, in LA. I've actually been there and been homeless. I understand the consequences and some of the causes and how you have to live. I do get it. It's something I've talked about many times. I'm not afraid to talk about the fact that I was homeless in my 20s, living in California. So I know a bit about this because it's life. It's remembering my life. This isn't some hypothetical. This isn't a theory. This is what happens in the real world. And so it's really sad. And the mainstream media, this should be on NBC. This should be on CBS. This should be talked about in the New York Times. We should have the Huffington Post. All of the left-leaning news media should be talking about this, and they should be saying what I'm saying is, let's help the homeless people get a housing, some kind of housing to reintroduce them back into society so that they can be able to have sex and have families and to live good lives. Let's start that process. They don't want to talk about it because, one, it wasn't their idea. Two, they don't agree. They don't want you to have babies. They want you to have abortions. They don't want families. The DSA wants to destroy the families, not to build more families. They want people to be homeless and dependent on the government. They don't want you to be independent. So that's why they're against this. Mark Robinson didn't lie to you at all. He was telling you the absolute truth. This isn't AI, like a lot of people on the left are trying to say. The blue sky people are trying to say, oh my God, this is just AI. It's not real. It's not true. The right is just making it up. No, we're not. And when we talk about the consequences of this, they don't want to talk about it. They're like, no, you just don't understand. Yes, I do. Is there anything that I have said that doesn't make sense, that isn't logical, that isn't exactly what you have seen both from ChatGPT, once I forced it to tell the truth, and also what this guy actually said in the actual video from the LA County Clerk? So Phil says, file this under you need to be educated to be as dumb as that guy. Yes, I'm sure the guy right here, you can see him right here, I'm sure he's very educated. He's got a nice suit. He came out to be presentable, to make his argument. I'm sure he's reading off of a piece of paper. He wrote it out. I'm sure that he thought this is perfect. It is airtight. It makes absolute sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense whatsoever. But the leftists will love this, and they'll go, no, he's got a great idea. And you're going to see this in California, throughout all of California. You'll see it, someone in San Francisco and LA, they're going to do this. They're going to do it. It wasn't a law, but they're going to be inspired by this. And someone's going to say, well, yeah, homeless people deserve to have sex just like anyone else. And you know what? They can use sex workers because no one actually wants to have sex with the homeless people. So we'll pay people to have sex with them. And this is going to just create more and more and more problems because it's not a solution. You're not dealing with the actual root problem, and it's not going to make anyone feel better. It's going to create more problems down the road. Mark Robinson got this right. I'm telling you the truth. And this is how it's going. This is why ChatGPT doesn't want to tell you this. They didn't want you to see this. They didn't want you to know that this is real and it's true. They wanted you to believe that it's nothing more than a conspiracy from the right. That's why it was trying to debunk the story. So here's all the things that people are saying that are wrong about this. It's just they're trying to distract you. No, I didn't ask you that. I just wanted to hear the words myself. I wanted to see the original video and hear the original words, no editing, and that's what you guys just got to see. And ChatGPT didn't want you to just hear that. Because ChatGPT knows that you will listen to this and go, yeah, Mike, you're right. There are a bunch of problems with this. Yeah, I don't want to pay taxes for that because that's not a solution. And yes, I see more and more problems. And the left is going to say, but no, more government is always good government. It's not. It never is. So I wanted to share that with you guys. I just found it so absolutely abominable, so upsetting. And it was met, and it's been addressed by the left as if it weren't true. It's really sad. By the way, folks, in case you didn't know, We can thank Phil. He did a super chat for $2. Thank you, Phil. I do appreciate that. Super chat, $2 for my dog, Khan, to make sure that he can get a little treat, because dog sitting, dogs are a joy, and they are. You know, if it weren't for Khan, I would have had a mental breakdown after the 2020, the lockdowns. I would have been by myself, and it would not have been good. It was very dark. Those were bad days for everyone in the nation, and for me personally, losing my house, losing my business, running out of money, being alone. And if it weren't for my dog Khan, it would have been really dark. It would have been really scary. I tell you, I'm just telling you the truth. It would have been, I may not have been here now if it were not for the fact that I have my dog, because he gave me a reason to get up every day. He gave me a reason to make sure that he had food. Whether or not I had food, I had to make sure my dog had food and that he had everything he needed to live, water, electricity, that he could get walked. I had to make sure of all that, and that's pretty much what got me through the lockdowns. That's just the truth. So thank you, Phil. I really do appreciate that. I do appreciate the support. All right, let me talk about something different. Now, please, by the way, you can clip that whole section, send it over to Blue Sky, to all of your leftist friends, and let them explain how I'm wrong. How no, it's really all we need to do is let homeless people have sex, and that's the answer to the problem. Please, let's hear their answers. I want to hear them answer that. I want to hear Gavin Newsom answer that. He wants to run for president. Well, Gavin Newsom, you have a homeless problem. How are you going to fix it? Are you going to just make sure that you buy a bunch of prostitutes for every homeless person in all of the nation? Is that your answer? I want to know. Gavin Newsom should be responding to this. Karen Bass, who's the current mayor of LA, should be answering the question on that. I want to hear their answers. But let's move on. A lot of people, I did a short video on this, got several hundred views. And you can see the short, it was done earlier this week, talking about on August 8th, there was a family who went out. It was a birthday party, and a family and a bunch of their friends got into a limo, 14 people, rented a limo, got driven around New York, drove over to a boat, and they did a boat cruise, a day cruise, to travel around the New York Bay, New York Harbor. And it was supposed to be just, a sightseeing tour. And it was a birthday. It was a birthday celebration. The thing that the people on this celebration, on this tour, what they didn't know is the guy who was driving the limo, and also, as it turns out, was the guy who was the captain of the boat that they got on to go sightseeing with. He's an illegal alien. He should never have been in America. He came to America illegally in 2007, and he came to New York because we're a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. And he was protected in America. And because of laws like the green light law in New York, which gave IDs to illegal aliens, gave driver's licenses to illegal aliens, he was able to get a license for a limo, and he was able to make money. Even though he's an illegal alien, he's not supposed to work in America. He's not supposed to have the ability to work in America because he's a criminal. And every dollar that he made is money that he took from an American citizen. Some other New Yorker could have been driving that limo and making money. Some New Yorker could have been the captain of the boat and have a license and be able to ride around New York City. Someone was losing money, lost an opportunity for those jobs because that illegal alien stole both of those jobs. He didn't have a license for the boat. He took out 14 people on a boat that was only supposed to handle 10 people. So he overloaded the boat. He didn't have a safety vest for the children. When the boat sank because he was an idiot and didn't know what he was doing, he killed a mom and her child, a baby. A mother and a baby died because this illegal alien who wasn't supposed to be in America was allowed by the Democrats to get a driver's license that made him believe that he could ride around in a boat illegally. He doesn't have a captain's license. He never got trained on how to drive a boat. He illegally did this and killed people. If we actually were to enforce the law as it exists, again, I'm not asking for extra laws. I'm not asking for new laws. I'm saying their law already exists. In New York State, the law exists. If we enforced immigration law, this guy wouldn't have been in America, and that family, that mom, that baby would be alive today. It's just that simple. The mom and the baby would be alive today if Democrats just followed the law. They're like, but the feeling, like, Mike, but illegal aliens, nobody's illegal. Yes, they are. In every country in the world, every country in the world has a law about illegally entering their country. Every country in the world. Yes, you can be illegal. And yes, being an illegal alien is a crime in every country in the world, all of them. So stop misleading people and lying about that. There is no such thing as an open border. Every country has illegal alien laws. And this guy should not have been in America. Now, I hear from the left, oh, but Mike, he was a nice guy. I don't care. Did I say he was a bad guy? Not once have you ever heard me, when I talk about these illegal aliens and enforcing our laws, you don't ever hear me say, oh, but they're a bad person. I don't know this guy. He may have been he might have been a saint. He might be a brilliant astrophysicist. He's not, but he might have been. He may have been a saint in his life. He's not, but he might have been. And guess what? He still killed a mom and a baby unnecessarily. That was a risk and a threat that we should not have ever made possible. And how many thousands of times do we have this threat in our nation right now? He's not the only one. He's an example of what? 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million, 50 million illegal aliens? How many times do we have to see a mom and a baby die because a bunch of politicians wanted more control? They wanted more power. Remember, they're counting every single illegal alien in New York State as part of the population so that they can maintain their power. Because if you didn't count illegal aliens, New York census would shrink instantly overnight, and we would lose 2 to 3 more seats in Congress. The power of the Democrats, especially in New York, would go down all across the country, and they would have less power. And that means, nope, they don't want to do that. They don't have less power. So instead, they want more illegal aliens, and they want to count them, and they want to abuse them and use them for their own power, their own selfish needs. Well, that selfishness of the Democrats killed a mom and their child. And it's just that simple. And there's no other, and I know people want to say, oh, but Mike, it's not like that. It is exactly like that. Democrats control this state. They have controlled the state for 60 years. Every illegal alien, every problem in New York State is a result of Democrat laws. Every single one for the last 60 years. Not Donald Trump, not the Republicans, not the GOP. Doesn't matter. Nope. It's all because of Democrats. They control the state legislature. They control the state assembly, the state senate. They control the governor. They control the mayor. This is their problem. And they have done this so that they can maintain power. That's selfish. They murdered a mom and a child. This guy was just a weapon to do it. That's what happened. This illegal alien was the weapon that the Democrats used to kill a mom and a child. And I have to ask you, is that what you're voting for? For Democrats? Is this what you're voting for? Is this what you wanted to see? When they promised you open borders, did they tell you, by the way, moms and children would die? Moms and children will die because the Democrats want power. Is that what you donated for? Okay, we got a comment here, and I'm going to take the comment. Let me take comment. By the way, if you guys disagree with me, I'm all ears. Tell me. You can think I'm wrong. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. So Phil says, Mike, this is for later, but the woman who was plotting to bomb, oh yeah, it's coming up. The bomb threat in Albany, yeah, was threatening her roommates, and the police were called, and they did nothing. Enforcing laws would have stopped her. Yes. Well, again, that goes back to my point. In New York State, the Democrats are responsible for everything. They have all the control. For 60 years, they control the government. So every problem in New York, every illegal alien, every threat that comes through because they didn't enforce the law is a direct result of Democrat power, not Republicans. So Republicans have nothing to do with this. The Republicans aren't the ones in control. They want to say orange man bad. Oh my, say it all you want, but Donald Trump had nothing to do with this. Donald Trump didn't make the law. Donald Trump didn't force the police to not enforce the law. That's all Democrats. It's got nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's got nothing to do with Republicans. You got to wake up. If you're a Democrat, if you're in a blue city, in a blue state, you got to wake up and recognize, guess what? It's your fault. That goes for Massachusetts, which has had, 50 years that have been controlled by Democrats. In Illinois, it's 110 years that's been controlled all by Democrats. LA is 78 years, all controlled by Democrats. These are Democrat strongholds. These are their problems. This is how it's hurting you. Absolutely, positively hurting you. That's not right-wing propaganda. It's a fact. I just showed you a dead mom and a dead kid because of the left. Leftist, socialist, progressive ideology. That's what it results in. Over and over and over again. It's very upsetting. It really pisses me off. And people want to go, but Mike, you just don't understand. Yeah, I do. I do understand. I'm just not forgiving. I'm just not a nice guy when it comes to that. Not when something is absolutely preventable. Absolutely preventable. I had a question about this, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. Earlier the week, on Thursday, on Thursday, I was on with my good friend MatthewJ. He's on X and also I think on Getter and on Rumble. And he interviewed me. Said, "Hey Mike, come on down. Just do a one-on-one interview." He's done a couple of them with me where for 2 hours, he just grills me with every question he could possibly think of. He just comes up. I never know. Every time that I go and I meet up with MatthewJ, I never know what question he's going to ask me, what topics. I know nothing about it. So when you see me go on, he asks questions. First time I've heard the question as well. And so he's just saying, okay, let's see what Mike thinks about whatever. Luckily, I follow a lot of different topics for a long, long time. So there really isn't too many topics that he brings up that I don't know something about that I can respond and give him my opinion about. But one of the things he asked was about ICE. Have you seen the meme that's going around and says, what would you do? What would you do if ICE agents were at your polling station? What would you do if ICE or the police, law enforcement, were at your polling station when you went to go and vote? How would you feel? Well, this is the answer that I gave. How would you feel if ICE agents were at your polling station when you wanted to go and vote? I'd feel fantastic. I'd feel safe. I'd feel more confident in my polling place having a secure election. Why would I worry? I'm an American citizen. They're not going to stop me. They're not going to do anything. Oh my God, but there's police outside. And they're there for the criminals. They're there for people who are illegal in our country, who are breaking not only the law to be here, but also trying to vote. Two things they can't do. So, as an American citizen, why do I care? They're not
Michael,
trying to stop me.
what do you have to institute? The President of the United States, you have to institute some type of a national emergency where you're concerned that our elections are potentially compromised, which I think they're trying to roll out. But as far as bringing, Michael, you might be able to explain this better than me. As far as bringing ICE in, I know there'll be immediate court action to try to stop that. How can the Democrats stop that or prevent ICE from coming to the polling stations?
Okay. The way it works is each elections, the criteria for the election is constitutional, but every state gets to manage it on its own. That's a state level, state constitution requirement. So there's that separation of federal government and state government, which gives us more mobility and flexibility than other countries have. That's the idea anyway. Now, in the states, they can say, okay, ICE can't walk into an election polling place. Fair enough. They can be right outside the door. Yes, they can. They can be down the block. They can be all around. You don't want them in your polling location? Fantastic. That doesn't mean they can't be in the area. They can't blockade the block and say, okay, you want to go through the block? No problem. Show me your ID. Here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. The left don't want to enforce the law. And because they don't want to enforce the law, people can and do break the law. What we know for a fact in New Jersey, 6,600 people were registered to vote illegally. At least 400 of them voted in our elections illegally. Now, that's the minimum. New Jersey refuses to actually go and have an audit to find out what is the full extent of the problem. We don't know. They keep hiding that from us because they want the problem. They don't want the answer. They want the extra votes. They want the extra leverage. And I hear people say, well, Mike, it's only going to be about 1%, maybe even less. You don't know that. It could be 15% of the vote. We don't know how big of a problem it is because they won't check and they won't tell us. So it could be a massive problem and you just don't know about it. But to bring it back and to remind us, this is a problem only because the left don't want to enforce the law. Just like with illegal immigration, it's also illegal voting, election irregularities or election insecurity, however you want to say it, however YouTube will allow me to say it without blocking and shutting down my channel. The answer is it is a problem because of what Democrats are doing, because Democrats are selfish. They want power. Mind you, let me be fair. Republicans want power too. Republicans aren't willing to abuse you for that power. And I know there's a bunch of Democrats that go, Mike, you just don't. No. Those Republicans, they're just as greedy. Matter of fact, they're more greedy. Really? Where else do you see this? Republicans aren't letting illegal aliens into our country by the millions. They didn't do that. In fact, we're doing the exact opposite. We're trying to enforce our borders. Republicans aren't fighting to keep illegal aliens like MS-13 cartel members. We're not fighting to keep them in America. Democrats are doing that. Republicans aren't saying they won't audit any of their elections. They won't check to see if illegal aliens are voting and how many of them are voting in our elections. But Democrats are doing that. So you can't tell me, oh, Republicans are just as bad as Democrats on this. They're not. Demonstrably, it is empirical. It is an absolute fact. They're not, because Democrats are doing this and Republicans aren't doing this. And that means they're taking advantage of you. This means they are abusing you. You know what? I'm going to switch up a little bit. I was going to save... I was going to talk about something else first, but again, Phil brought this up a little bit earlier, that, and you probably have heard something about this. And I know a bunch of people have said, or there are some people who say, it's not that big a deal. It's just something fake. It came from, it's the government. It's a lie. It's MAGA. It's right wing. This is just the government being government. It's not. It's not. As Phil had brought up, this is a problem because of, again, the left. This is a consequence of socialism, of progressive ideology, of this idea that everyone is exactly the same everywhere in the world and there is no difference. And so everyone can do anything all the time. You can't. There are consequences to your actions. And one of the consequences of supporting open borders and letting troubled people into America is that they indoctrinate people. They spread their dangerous ideas. We see the ideas of ISIS and the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas are spreading throughout America because they've come into America. We know this. Under the Biden administration, we had more than 300% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists that came into America every single year. There was a massive 300% increase under the Biden-Harris administration because of their open border policies, because of Democrats. And those radicals created cells of ISIS and other terrorist organizations that converted people. Remember, it was just, what was it? It was April or May that the two teenagers from Pennsylvania came into New York City and started throwing handmade grenades, trying to blow up the police as well as a bunch of protesters in front of City Hall. Do you remember that? You know why they did that? ISIS. They decided to join ISIS as teenagers and wanted to blow up the public. This, in Albany, this was a woman who converted to Islam and decided, because the news media for 12 years has been telling her that Republicans and Donald Trump are orange man bad. They're evil, evil people. And the only way to answer that is, well, God, according to her, Allah, would want her to blow them up. In other words, it's exactly what the IRGC teaches, exactly what Iran's terrorist group will teach. Go and blow up the evil people and God will protect you. This woman, Jessica Bowie, decided that she wanted to convert to Islam and she wanted to blow up the Democrats. This is the part everyone forgets. She wants to go to Albany and blow up Albany. Who runs New York State? Democrats. This wasn't about Republicans being evil. She didn't care about the Republicans. She didn't care about the third party or the independents. She wanted to blow up everyone. By the way, who runs the government in New York State? Democrats. So all the Democrats were like, oh, no, we're on the side. We're queers for Palestine or something stupid like that. They don't care. They don't make the distinction. You're just another American to them. They don't care if you're on the left or the right. In fact, if you're on the left, they would probably kill you faster. Why? Because you believe in women's rights. You want women to drive. You want women to have jobs. You want the LGB to be able to have jobs, to have lives. They will kill them and they'll kill you because of that ideology faster than they'll kill someone on the right. So she wanted to blow up Albany. And she knew for a fact that this would wind up blowing up babies, that she would blow up pregnant women, that she would blow up her fellow Muslims. She said it's okay. She told the people she thought she was talking to ICE. She thought, thank God she wasn't, she thought she was talking to ICE. And she said, no, I'll blow them up. God will forgive me because they're Americans and Americans are evil. This is what we get after 12 years of demonizing America and our president and a political party. We get people who now go, oh yeah, it's okay to blow up America. This is sick. This is sad. This is twisted. This is a problem. It gets even worse when you think about it. Oh my God. There's so many levels of problems with this woman and the warped way that she looked at the world. Now imagine if the DSA got in charge, this woman would never have been caught. The DSA, that's Daraliza Chevalier for the New York 13th District, Valdez in the New York 7th District, people who are, what are the other ones across the country, the DSA members, they believe in abolishing, not defunding, abolishing the police. They believe in abolishing prisons. That means this woman would never have been caught. The federal government, if they had the power, they would wipe out the Constitution and the amendments, the DSA. This is their stated, I'm not making this up. This is what the DSA has publicly said at the local, state, and federal level. They want to get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid of the Supreme Court, the presidency, the Constitution, the amendments. They want it all gone. They want to get rid of the prisons. They want to get rid of law enforcement. This woman would never have been caught if the DSA continues to grow and have power over the Democratic Party. They will take over New York State. They will get rid of the prisons. They will get rid of the police. This woman will never get caught. She will blow up Albany and kill God knows how many people because the DSA said, no, we don't need prisons because prisons are racist. This is a white woman. How's it racist? If it were a black woman, I'd say the same thing. How's it racist? How is this racist? How is enforcing the law racist? To the people who tell me, oh, Mike, but this is a government. This is just the government entrapment. The government didn't make this woman become a Muslim. The government didn't do that to her. And there is radical, fanatical Islamic beliefs. ISIS didn't come out of the blue. They exist. That's because of the way they believe. That's the IRGC. That's Hamas. That's Hezbollah. That's the Houthis. Radical, fanatical Islamic belief does exist. That has nothing to do with the United States government. This woman was a Muslim. She hated America, and she believed in radical Islam. She decided, just like all the radical Islamists do, that she should kill innocent women and children because somehow that will make things better. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not a radical, fanatical lunatic that believes in that ideology. I can't justify it. I'm not going to even try. I'm telling you, this is how they think. And for people to tell me, but Mike, you don't understand. This is the United States government entrapped her. No, it isn't entrapment. It's one thing to say, like with Governor Whitmer, where a bunch of FBI agents say you should go and kidnap Governor Whitmer. Okay, they're telling you what to do, and they're telling you, yeah, go ahead, you keep doing it. And for a month, 2 months, they tell you, you should go and kidnap Whitmer. You kidnap Whitmer, that'll be good. Well, that's entrapment. That's the FBI working on coercing someone to do something. This woman made the changes on her own, and she reached out and said, hey, I'm looking for ISIS because I want to blow up a bunch of Americans. Guess what? That's not entrapment. This is not entrapment. This should not be belittled. This is a problem, and it is a growing problem. The more you have the DSA, the more you have the socialists, the more you have the progressives, the more you will have radical nut jobs coming to America from around the world to blow you up, whether you're a Democrat or not. Okay, what did Phil say? Phil says, I just sent you an article from the New York Post. It's really interesting look into her personal life and how she terrorized her left-wing roommates. You may have, Phil, you got to remember, you send me messages on my phone. I don't use my phone like that. I have no idea. I don't know how to transfer it over. In addition, I assume that this woman is a bad woman, a bad person, because she wants to kill pregnant women, and she knows she's going to kill pregnant women. She is a lunatic. There is nothing good to be said about this woman. She should be executed. This is why we have the death penalty. This woman should get the death penalty. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just a mean guy. Am I too mean? Audience can tell me. You guys can tell me the truth. Am I too mean? Am I just a bad guy? Because I think that people who try terrorists should be held accountable, and that I would see them all die. That's my way of looking at it. I mean, well, before I get there, no. Actually, I see no difference. Well, I'll get to them in 1 second. Actually, see, it's like this to me. This woman is exactly like this guy. Hang on 1 second. My computer's running slow because it overheated. But remember this guy? Remember Mangione? Luigi Mangione is somebody who was like, oh my God, the left told you he's innocent. It's a government conspiracy. He didn't do it. Luigi admitted that he did it. He did do it. Luigi said he confessed. Meanwhile, the left women were sending them his panties, and they were going out and donating money. They were trying to marry this guy. They wanted to date this guy. He's a stone cold killer. Why? Because he's a leftist. Because he believes he was on the right side of history. Because he believes that corporations are bad, so he should kill them. Not to change their policy, not to convince them there's a better, more profitable way. No, his answer is, you don't think the way I think, I will kill you. How is that any different than the woman in Albany saying, I don't like your politics, I'll blow you up? The same thing. This is leftist ideology when it's left alone. These are sick and twisted people, and the left is sick and twisted about them. How about Lindsay Clancy? Lindsay Clancy admitted she killed her 3 children. I want to say that again. I want that to sink right on in. Lindsay Clancy said she admits she killed her 3 children. Now, she also says she has an excuse, about her mental health. I don't care. I do not care. There are tons of women, all of them on the left, who say, oh my God, well, she's not responsible. Yes, she is. She said she did it. She is, in fact, responsible for murdering her children. No one else. There are women who are saying, oh no, but it's her husband's fault. He didn't kill the kids. She did. And she admitted it. And she told you why she did it. Because she's a nut job. This woman should get the death penalty. Lindsay Clancy should get the death penalty. She should die for what she did. I don't think that's too harsh. I don't think that's too mean. I don't think that's a bad thing. And all the women who are saying, every woman who is saying, oh my God, she's innocent, you need therapy. You need some kind of help. She admitted she did it. And they're still, these leftists, these socialists, these progressives, remember, you guys said, believe all women. That's what you guys said. The whole Me Too movement, believe all women. This woman said she killed her kids. Why are you not believing her? Isn't that your ideology? Isn't that your belief system? That you're supposed to believe her when she tells you something. And she told you she killed her children. Children, not adults, children. She's as evil as Jessica trying to blow up Albany. Evil. These are evil beings. What is wrong with the left? The left loves these evil beings. They're like, oh my God, Mike, you're such a racist, sexist, istphobe. How can you be such an istphobe? The woman just wants to blow up Albany, blow up pregnant women. This, Clancy just wants to kill her kids, little children. Mike, you're such an evil istphobe. Really? You know what? If that makes me an istophobe, I'm happy to be an istophobe. Please call me an istophobe all day, all night. But yes, I think that if someone wants to blow up pregnant women, if someone is killing children, they are responsible for their actions, and I will punish them, and the law should punish them accordingly because they are evil. This isn't a mistake. This wasn't, ooh, it's the husband. It has nothing to do with the husband. Stop trying to deflect. She's a bad person, and she happens to be a woman. She's a bad human being, period, full stop. Punish her. Don't try and find an excuse. Punish her. This is one of the big problems with the left. They're always trying to find some selfish way to push forward their agenda and to protect people who are evil. Stop protecting evil. We could stop all these people. And I know Phil's saying, well, we could have stopped Jessica who wanted to blow up Albany. We could stop all of them. Follow the law. The law exists. And I'm not trying, we don't have to make up new laws. We have the existing law. You don't need a new one. Follow the law that exists and hold them accountable. The problem is, if you hold them accountable to the law as it exists, Democrats lose power. That's the thing. That's the trick. That's the whole game right there. If Democrats actually follow the law, they will lose power. That's what the whole thing's about. That's why they try and find every excuse. Oh, no, but you're just being a man. You're mansplaining. You don't know about women, and I don't. Oh, she was hormonal. I don't care. Oh, well, she had, what is it? Postpartum, and she's depressed. I don't care. She killed 3 children. Willingly, she killed her children. That's a crime. That's evil. Jessica wanted to blow up a building. Oh, well, but it's her religion. She wanted to blow up people in a building. She knew it was evil. She knew she would be blowing up pregnant women. She specifically said that. That's why I keep repeating it, because they know what they are doing. Hold them accountable. But they can't do it because they're progressives, because they're going to lose power. That's the evil part of this. Clancy is evil. People who are supporting Clancy are even more evil. They are even more twisted because she's a bad woman. Yes, absolutely. And I want her punished, but I am terrified of the women out there who are donating money to her and to Luigi Mangione, who are out there saying, oh, no, they're celebrating these evil individuals who admit to killing human beings just because of their feelings. That's evil. That is evil. That's not a vibe check. That's not a party time. That's evil. And we're afraid to say this as a society. As a society, people are afraid to say, no, that was evil. Hold them accountable. The law exists. We don't need to make a new law. We've already voted on this. Is it so incredibly insane to say that we've already voted on these things? We already agree on this, that these are crazy things that we should not be doing anymore. It is utterly insane. It is beyond the pale at this point. And we keep hearing it always from the left. It's always the left that's saying, no, you're going too far. The left is protecting psychos. Murderous psychos. That's not the right who are doing that. The right aren't trying to protect these psychos. We want to punish them according to the law, according to what they knowingly did. Luigi Mangione knew he was committing murder. He planned an assassination. He deserves death. Lindsay Clancy killed her children. She knew what she did. She admitted to it. She needs to get the death penalty. Jessica out of Albany, Jessica out of Albany, she wanted to kill women and children. Now, thank God we have law enforcement, unlike what the DSA wants. We have law enforcement and we have prisons. And I'll compromise with you here. Instead of killing Jessica from Albany, she should be in jail for the rest of her life. She should never see daylight or freedom ever again because she is evil, patently, absolutely evil. And the left somehow say, I'm the bad guy for saying we should enforce the law and protect the public from these psychos. I'm the bad guy, according to the left. You ask people who are the progressives, I'm the evil person for trying to protect children and women and pregnant women all across this country. I don't get it. I don't get it. That just pisses me off. It does not make sense to me. If there is any woman who wants to come online and go, Mike, you just don't understand that, no, she was really innocent because, I don't know, she got possessed by the devil. I mean, what's the answer? What's the excuse? She felt bad. She still had her brain in her head. I don't care how bad she felt. It's not an excuse. That's a rationalization. All right, let me take this down a notch. Let me knock this down a notch because I'm upset about that. I am. But there's something else I wanted to talk about. So totally different idea. And it's still in New York. It's stupid. It's about wasting money. We've been talking about people who aren't following the law, how they're breaking the law, how they're trying to kill you, how they're trying to take your money so that they can break the law even more. Let's talk about something a little bit less. It's not as important as the homeless thing, but it's also dangerous. So right now, there is this new idea. I just saw this. The MTA figured out, because we've gotten a bunch of rain. If you notice, whenever it rains in New York, the subway system floods. This is relatively new. Back in the 1970s, the 80s, the 90s, we got rain in New York. We have always gotten rain in New York. We occasionally get hurricanes in New York. That's not something new. That's old. That's always happened. But our subways never used to flood like they do now. And when I say that our subways flood now, let me show you what I'm talking about. We have flooding like this that you can see on the screen right there, where our subway system completely floods out. That never used to happen. The reason why is we aren't maintaining our subways like we used to. We have more unions and we pay them more money and they do less work. And so we're not maintaining the equipment. We're not getting the bang for our buck that we are spending, and we're spending a lot. And we're watching everything fall apart because people like Zoran Mamdani wants the system to fail. He wants it to break. He is a socialist. He is a democratic socialist. He wants the Constitution to burn. He wants society as it exists to be broken. So he doesn't want to fix this. Bloomberg was also a socialist. They don't want to fix things. They want them to break because they want to put in their replacement for all of this. So they're trying to help everything break. That's why they waste so much money. It's why they don't fix anything. They just make it worse with their plans. And so the latest idea, which is a waste of time, money, and effort, is rather than fixing the subway, which is the fuel pumps, that's the answer. Fix the fuel pumps and you'll fix the subway systems. It's worked for 100 years. And now they're saying, no, we have this new great idea. What they're going to do is they're going to put a plastic cover over the entrance into the subway. They're going to seal the subway. This is a stupid idea. I think we got a picture of it. Do I have a... No. Here's the picture. Let me show you the picture. So their idea is, as you can see here,
intrusion during high tide or storm events. We have 138 flex gates, similar to...
So they have this thing, it's called a flex gate. As you could see, as you were just watching, the flex gate is this thing right here. It's basically a piece of plastic that they're going to roll out, and it will cover. Once the rain comes down, they'll cover the entire entrance. They will trap you inside the subway station. You can't get out with this. There's no way to get through this. This is going to cover the entire entrance and also the exit for the subway to prevent the flooding. But that means you can't get in, you can't get out. You're trapped in the water in that subway station. Does this sound like it's a recipe for a problem? And by the way, not only is this being done to trap you in there, this is something that happens by hand. It's being done by hand. So that means it's going to take extra time to open it up and to close it. And you mean to tell me that the city that can't fix a pump in the subway system is going to not have any problem, that this is not going to break? It is absolutely going to break over and over again. You're going to have kids who are going to be jumping on that tarp like it's a trampoline, and they're going to fall through. They're going to fall down an entire story onto stairs, and they're going to break their legs. You're going to have people who are going to be breaking that to try and get out or to get into the subway so they can get onto the subway train. You will see that happen. This is just a recipe for wasting more money and to hurt and harm more people. And Mamdani is going to do this because he wants the system to break. He wants New York City to burn, because that will help to break the Constitution. That will help to bring socialism into America. He wants it to break. He wants it to burn. He wants people to die. That is the sad truth about this. And the DSA members can be all kinds of upset that I'm giving away their secret, which is that they want it all to fail. They want you to fail. And these are just new, stupid ideas of wasting money. They're bankrupting New York City. They're bankrupting New York State in the effort to burn it all down. And they don't care how many people they kill to get this done. They're as bad as all the other terrorists that we've been talking about today. Absolutely. It's terrifying. But no one's talking about this stuff. No one wants to mention this stuff to you. I mean, think about this. I had to fight tooth and nail for months talking about, from day one, I have been talking, actually before day one, when Zoran Mamdani was a candidate, I was telling people how this idea of the grocery stores would never work. The leftists laughed in my face and said, no, you just don't understand. I've lived in Moscow. I lived in the Soviet Union. I understand what government-run stores are. I've seen the examples over in Chicago. I've seen them in Kansas City. I'm telling you, it cannot work. It never works. We are paying 5 times as much money for a space that's 1/10 the size that is required to do what Zoran Mamdani promised. Paying 5 times as much money just to open up a place that is 1/10 the size that it needs to be to just match up. Automatically, it is a guaranteed fail. If it had no other problems going forward than what I've just mentioned, is a guarantee fail scenario. Then you add in the fact that it's going to be 30% less. It's just stupid. This is utterly, absolutely insane. And it's going to be even worse than what you're thinking about, folks, because guess what? Now, because they've done the math, because they realize this will guarantee fail, now they're going to offer. Zoran Mamdani's administration has said they're going to give grants to every other store in the region to make up for the grocery store, since he would be bankrupting. The longer his grocery stores are open, the more bodegas and other stores in the area will go out of business, because he's illegally undercutting the market, something that is a crime. There is laws against this. You cannot go under the market value of something, below its purchase price. You can't. There are laws. It's monopoly laws. And that's what he's creating. So now he has to give money. He's going to give more of your tax money, more of my tax money, including federal tax money. So if you're in Montana, it's still your money he's going to use to run this scheme to lose money. And he's just trying to find the fastest way to lose as much money as possible. It's going to lose more money than just the original store. Now he's going to give money away to every single business in the neighborhood to lose even more of your money. He said it's going to cost $70 million. That's to open up. And I already told you it's going to cost at least twice that. And that's just to open up all 5 grocery stores. Then we have to run the regular everyday business. And this is going to cost even more money. It is a pit, a money-burning pit that is being created because Mamdani wants it to fail. That's the end of the day. He doesn't want to feed you. He wants you to starve. He wants you to be hungry. He wants you to be pissed off. He wants this to not work so that you will give up on the government, on capitalism, on America, and you will burn it all down so that he can give you socialism and communism. That's the goal. Yeah, I know.
Can you check that the screen in your window is closed because flags keep coming?
It is closed. I never open it.
Check this like all the way down.
Uh-huh. Hang on one second, folks. So
He's ready to go out now.
it's just evil, folks. It's just, this is evil. And the end of the day, and again, where am I getting this idea that the DSA wants it all to fail? From the DSA. They admit it themselves. They want to burn the Constitution. They want the country to fail. They want to put in new laws, their feelings. They want to be in control. The only way they can get there is if everything fails, if everything burns, if everything is destroyed. And Mamdani is just part of that process. He just wants it to burn and be destroyed. You destroy New York City, it's one of the biggest financial linchpins of America. If he can destroy New York, he can severely damage the entire country. And he knows it. Is there anyone in the DSA that thinks I'm wrong? Is there anyone in the DSA that wants to say, Mike, you just don't understand? All right. Let me do this. Folks, you just heard. Now, normally at about the 2.5 hour mark, we usually, I know it's about 3 hours we've been going. We usually take a little bit of a break so I can walk my dog. And it's about 81 degrees right now. So he was taking a nap. He just woke up. And I'm going to walk my dog. He's a 15 and a half year old, half Scotty, half Bichon. His name is Khan. So now that he woke up, my family just let me know. I'm going to go and walk him. It's about 45 minutes. So we are going to be back at 6:15. At 6:15, we will be back, and I'll be happy to continue with the show. We've got a few more things to talk about, but you know what? And the links that I've already been providing you guys, and we'll talk even more about that and how it's going to affect all of America. But in the meantime, I will play this. This is from February, and I think it's kind of interesting, some of the things we were talking about back then, and you can see it for yourself here. So again, we'll be back at about 6:15. Talk to you in a few moments.
As always, Michael Vasquez and Mike Tremont. So without further ado, I bring to you Michael Vasquez and Mike Tremont. Hello, guys. What's going on?
Hey, guys.
Nice
Mike,
to be with you, Charles. I'm glad that you're such a big baseball fan.
Yes. All right. Then you're on tomorrow night, too, to talk baseball?
That would be terrific. I'm also glad to know that you're near Daytona Beach. It is not only arguably the world's most famous beach,
yes,
but I don't think most Americans realize it's arguably the nicest beach in the world.
All right. All right. Well, you're winning fans over here. That's for sure.
Well, the Florida East Coast is as nice as beaches get. And I have been to a lot of beaches around the world. You know, locals think that their beaches are the cat's meow, and they just don't stand up to Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, Florida's great. Awesome place for sure. I know you lived here for a little bit, right?
Yeah, I lived in South Florida on the east side for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
What
I
town?
worked for the city of Hallandale. I was on the road as a
Okay.
police officer for 11 and a half years. And
Yeah.
I taught at 2 of the universities down there. Shout out to Barry, the Catholic school down in Miami Shores. Another great beach location, and Nova Southeastern. So yeah, I've put in my dues in South Florida.
I think do they have a? I think my niece is going to Nova Southeastern. I got to double check that. That's pretty wild.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not there to help her through her economics classes, but I'm sure she'll be fine.
Yeah, well, she's getting a call now that I know that. So Mike V. See, tonight, folks, I am so bad with names. The audience knows this. Michael Vasquez hears me butcher names every week. Now I'm going to be totally confused when the panel is full of Mikes.
Just call me Voss. Everyone calls me Voss.
Voss. Okay, hey Voss. I feel like I should say Mr. Voss though, because it's so much more respectful.
I like that. Okay. Whatever if it makes you happy, I'm good with it.
All right, Mr. Voss. So I know that you still got a little bit of the back issue going on there. Fill us in. How you feeling, and how is your dog?
My dog, I'm more concerned about him. He's healing. I'm healing. We're getting there.
Okay. All right. Meds are working?
Yeah.
Good. All right, good. As long as you're making improvements every week. Yeah, so I did want to start off today. It is President's Day. And I did want to start off today with a little nod to President's Day. First off, I don't know if people know, it actually started in 1879. Federal workers got the day off with pay about 6 years later. And in 1971 is when it became a Monday-only holiday, along with a bunch of others in a particular act called the Monday Holiday Act. So I thought that was interesting news. You can see across the bottom of the news sticker this evening, there's also the passing of Robert Duvall, which we will speak with, and Michael and Mr. Voss had lunch with him, and we will definitely discuss that.
Dinner with him, actually.
Oh, yeah, dinner with him. Okay, and we'll definitely discuss that. He died peacefully on Sunday, and it was announced today. We are going to stick with stories on Don Lemon and also the idea of putting security cameras in special needs classrooms in Florida. Are two topics that we're going to cover, because I don't feel that we should just do like a hit and run where we bring up a topic like mainstream media news and then they don't talk about it anymore. So there's a little movement on both and some interesting things, and those will be briefer this evening, but we definitely want to hit on those as well. But let's start with favorite presidents. And I just wanted to say the reason why Joe Hanush isn't here this evening and Mike Termott has been so kind to pinch hit for us tonight is there was an emergency Florida Libertarian committee meeting that he had to go to, so he could not make it this evening. So Mike Termott is in the house, and that name should sound familiar to you because Mr. Termott is a member of the Republican Liberty Caucus and was the 2024 Libertarian Party VP nominee. And if readers of mine know, I have written and interviewed Mike a couple times for my blog as recently as August. So I wanted to give you Mike T the proper introduction. So Mike T, who is your all-time favorite president on President's Day? Let us know.
Tough call. There have been so many losers. What I have always really appreciated, and by the way, I do appreciate you not giving us these questions in advance. This is much more fun to think on your feet. I've always appreciated, although this will sound like grammar school answer, I've always appreciated how George Washington handled what I think were a couple of tricky situations, including rebelliousness. That could have gone badly. I do appreciate the fact that he gave up power when it was not obvious yet that it was necessary to do so. Certainly in terms of term limits, he wasn't required to do so. I appreciated that he did not abuse the power that he had at the time. And I appreciated the transition from, a military posture to a political one. A lot of guys could have and would have, to be honest, abused his enormous popularity. What I think a lot of us don't appreciate unless you take a little, you look under the hood of history, is that at the time there really was no one else, and there was no one in second place, right? It was George Washington and everybody else, and so the idea that he would have been challenged is almost silly, right? There was no alternative politician who could have challenged him in terms of credibility, in terms of popularity. In other words, it really set up the possibility of his power being abused.
Right.
And so when he was, when he decided to give it up, it sent a huge signal. From that point forward, if George Washington would give up power after 2 terms, everyone else ought to also.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great precedent. And I also understand that he was asked if he wanted to wear regal type clothing like a king would. And he said, no, the president is supposed to be a man of the people. And so we went with, I'll say, civilian clothes, the clothes that a regular person at that time would be wearing.
He so also was one who declined to be referred to as His Majesty.
Oh, how about that?
Same idea.
And I heard he was very reluctant. He went, like, after the Revolutionary War. I was listening to a biographer. After the Revolutionary War, he really just wanted to, he thought his time was done as far as, let's say, helping America. He was going to kick back. And then he realized that if he didn't become president, that the country may have failed at the start. And so he reluctantly went to, what was it, New York or Philadelphia back then?
Philadelphia.
It was Philadelphia.
He was inaugurated on Wall Street.
Yeah. New York was the capital at the time.
Exactly. New York was the capital at the time. Yeah. And there's a statue on Wall Street to commemorate his inauguration.
Yeah. And Francois Tavern is also a great place for people who are into history to go downtown Manhattan and see. So how about you, Michael Voss, Mr. Voss?
Well, I mean, there aren't a whole lot of presidents to choose from when we look through it. I mean, you have your classics, which of course would be Washington, number one first name everyone comes to. You've got Abraham Lincoln, JFK, a little more modern, Teddy Roosevelt, really great president. You've got your Reagan, of course, beloved by many, many Republicans. Many people now would put Donald Trump as either 45th or 47th president in there. I'd probably just go with, I like Teddy Roosevelt. He's strong. Oh, wow. He was a very good, strong president, but it has to be Lincoln. He was a man who wound up breaking and then reforging the nation. No one else has done that. And I don't know that anyone else could have done that, which took a lot of humility, a lot of planning, a lot of grit and determination to make that happen. Both. Yeah. And he did. The reason why the nation broke wasn't necessarily because of him or abolition. I mean, slavery was the 5th most important thing that was being fought over in the Civil War. But it was one of them, and he was an abolitionist. But look at all the issues he had to deal with. We were at a cross point in our nation. We were fracturing, kind of like we are now, more on economic issues than it was on socioeconomics, but a little bit of both. And he was able to forge a path forward with a vision and a plan that has lasted till today. That's pretty damn admirable for a nation that was still a neophyte nation. I mean, we were still finding our feet. I think people think of him for the wrong reason. They're like, oh, well, he freed the slaves. Really, that wasn't the important thing. And that wasn't the primary thing. It was literally, it was the 5th thing on the list of things he was trying to do. It was, and the reason why he did it, a lot of people don't realize this. A week before he had the Emancipation Proclamation, he, at the time, was he was writing in the newspaper of note. It wasn't the New York Times at that point. It was another newspaper. And he put in his editorial, and his main focus was whatever it takes to keep this nation together, he was going to do. And as part of that, slavery eventually was going to be a bridge that had to be crossed for this nation to exist. One way or the other, either we have slavery or we don't, but we have to cross that bridge, and everyone has to be on the same page. And he actually had the balls to say, look, I'm going to make a decision. We're going to cross that bridge and we're all going to be on the same page. And everyone isn't going to like it, no matter what I decide. So he was literally a week ahead of time telling everyone he's going to make a decision on this and we're going to have to deal with the consequences. That takes a lot of balls.
Oh,
He was a very brave man. He was a very committed man.
Absolutely, 100%. So you guys hit on the two. I kind of had a tie for first. You guys kind of hit on the two that Washington and Lincoln were mine, and pretty much for a lot of the same reasons. Like, well, for Lincoln, I'll start there. It's just I just can't imagine what it's like to be president during a civil war. I mean, that just has the leader, whatever, prime minister, whatever it is. That has to be. I mean, it's inconceivable to have anything harder than that. You know what I mean? When your countrymen are fighting against each other, that is just crazy situation to handle. And Washington, for all the reasons, Mike, that you said, what he established, the first things that he did, stepping down, and everything else that we talked about previously about what he wore and how he wanted to be addressed. So really setting things up for this country in a very fine way. So those two. In my lifetime, it has to be Reagan. Of course, in my lifetime started with with Kennedy. I was born 2 months after Kennedy got assassinated, so in my lifetime, my voting lifetime, it's definitely Ronald Reagan, and I was 18 when I voted for him. So it's been pretty. That's been great ever since then. And Mike Tremont, I know you worked for one of them, so I'm not putting that guy down. Which one did you work for now?
I worked for George Herbert Walker Bush. Yeah. But first of all, I was a civil servant as a budget economist in the White House. Okay. But, the relationship was a little bit attenuated. He was my, count them, boss's boss. Okay. So it wasn't like it was, Mike, what should we do on rates? Right. I was working, as I often say, for the White House, not in the White House. Right. With a bunch of other nerds, we were relegated to offices across the street from the White House.
Yeah. Okay. Well, GW as well as George got a couple of votes when I put this question out on social media earlier today. It runs the gamut, really. Clinton did, Reagan, Nixon, Truman, JFK, and Jimmy Carter. A fellow by the name of Bill Bates said that he liked Jimmy Carter post for all the things that he did. And this is really a salient point. Jimmy Carter for his work after his presidency. And he was very, very, gracious with his time, giving with his time after the presidency. Absolutely. He was not my favorite president when he was in office. I don't know how you guys feel.
He was a horrible president.
There you go.
He's no longer the worst because we've had Biden and Obama, but he used to be the worst as a president. But and the key thing about Carter after the presidency, he had nothing to do with politics. He wasn't political.
Right.
He was just a very gracious individual. And that, I think that's what makes him so valuable in that role, is because he wasn't a president anymore, and he didn't try to be.
Yeah, and all that work with Habitat for the Humanities was fantastic. One thing I have to correct you on, Michael, is that we didn't have Biden as a president. We had Biden and his strings being pulled by somebody else. That was a guy in charge.
Yeah, he was a zombie, all right. Part-time zombie president, but
Yeah, that's one thing you can't say about Walter Mondale, that he was pulling Jimmy Carter's strings.
True.
Yeah. All right. We do have a few people who chimed in. Dr. Kerry D. Lewis. Was that?
Audrey is a bot.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. It's banned. Yeah. No, I got this was off earlier today. Dr. Kerry Lewis, who is running for mayor of Daytona Beach, for folks who don't know. That's going to kick off in December, and we're going to have him on the show as quick as we can. But he's already out there social media campaigning for the mayorship. That's exciting. Is it a partisan race? Well, you don't. It's nonpartisan. Yes. Yep. So mayor's been there 2 terms, and he's been on. Well, I'm not going to go down that road right too. He's been on the city seat one way or another for quite a long time. So Dr. Kerry Lewis wants to challenge him and will be. But he said his favorite, Dr. Kerry Lewis said his favorite president of all time is also Lincoln, not because he was perfect, but because he led with courage, clarity, and conviction at a moment when the country was deeply divided. So yeah, it pretty much covers what we were saying. He was honest, he had humility, he had moral backbone to guide a country through its hardest storms. And I got to give a shout out to Lourdes Gonzalez. Lourdes Gonzalez has tried to get her comments on, and for some reason they're not coming through, but she commented her favorite president. Pretty much she went back and forth between Republicans and Democrats. President Kennedy is one that she mentioned. Clinton is another. Life was cheap back then, she said. Easy, good, fun. The country as a whole was really happy, and we'll never see times like those again. She said the Reagan years were pretty epic as well, especially with the fall of the Berlin Wall, which of course Reagan had everything to do with, because he A, drove the Russian economy into the ground by restarting the arms race, and B, stood right there and challenged Gorbachev to tear down the wall. Nixon Watergate was pretty spectacular, I guess, you know, from a 35,000 foot, you know, view, if you're looking at it, right? It was quite a scene. And everything else was just a blur. All the other ones are just blurs. So I wanted to make sure the Lourdes got her fair due, because she's been trying to get in on the chats, and if for some reason they're not coming through. So those are some of the comments from some followers.
A lot of folks would not have listed Bill Clinton. I think he gets a shout out for the what I believe is the last time we balanced the budget.
Nope.
It was interesting that you put your finger on Ronald Reagan's talk in Berlin. There's a plaque on the ground commemorating that speech when he asked Gorbachev to tear down the wall. And it's really something that the German people thought so much of the importance of that speech that they would commemorate an American president having delivered that talk in Berlin. It's pretty profound.
Yeah, definitely.
Clinton was never able to balance the budget. He cheated. He changed the way we count the money. He is an abject failure. But, you know, Democrats like him because he was popular. He played a saxophone on MTV. What a resume. Anyway, let's go on.
I actually think the downfall of the presidency as being somebody who's like stately and a little bit more refined began with him when he started answering questions about what type of underwear he wears. I'm like, that is not presidential.
No, and what he said was, you'll have to ask my wife. And what he should have said was, to your point, absolutely nothing. He should have moved on from that question immediately.
Yeah, that was goofy for sure. Yeah, alrighty, awesome. Well, we're gonna go from thanks for your comments on that, and to the folks who commented on social media earlier today. We are gonna go from the president to the governor's race in New York, because Mike T is a member of the Republican Liberty Caucus, and they have recently thrown their weight behind the Larry Sharpe, somebody who we mention all the time on this show. Michael knows, it's one of Michael's friends, and I had the honor of voting for Larry in his first run for governor before I moved to Florida. I wasn't cheating. I wasn't like, you know, flying back up to vote for him. I was still living on Long Island. And I've been on this show as a member. I'm a member of Larry's. So we're all completely biased because Mike Termott's also a friend of his. And so tell us about the endorsement, and what can you what's the Liberty Caucus about, and tell us about the endorsement as well.
Well, a lot to unpack there. The Republican Liberty Caucus is obviously a caucus inside the Republican Party. It's an old caucus. It was started in the early 90s. It was started by people like Ron Paul and a bunch of other liberty-minded Republicans who believed that they could move the needle, just like I do, inside the Republican Party by leaning into our libertarian principles. The caucus is a grassroots effort. We do not impanel members who are, you know, sitting senators and sitting representatives. This is a grassroots effort. So our job is to do a couple of things: build relationships with elected officials, endorse candidates like Larry and a lot of other terrific liberty-minded Republicans. We run a scorecard, both in the federal Congress, both on the House side and in the Senate side. So you see huge scores for people like Rand Paul and people like Thomas Massie on the House side. And it is a lot of fun. If there are folks out there that would like to either join the caucus or find out more about it, I hope you'll reach out to me directly. I joined the Republican Liberty Caucus last June, going on maybe 8 months now. I joined with a team of 45 people, a bunch of whom were coming from the Libertarian Party, a bunch of whom were already in the Republican Party, and some people who weren't registered with the party at all. And that was extremely exciting. And we have taken it onto our shoulders, the task of helping launch a bunch of state chapters around the United States. So we have something like 17 in various stages of formation around the United States. If you'd like to find out about your state chapter, reach out to me. We have someone who signed up to initiate one in New York. Importantly, we've launched one in Virginia, where I live. There's actually quite a robust chapter in Florida, Charles. So I'm bringing that to your attention. So, you know, that's exciting. There are very active chapters also in places like Texas, for example. Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of fun. Endorsing Larry is obviously not a big lift, right? A lot of us know Larry. He's a terrific guy. Having run for the governorship in New York in the past, he's a fairly known commodity. And so you kind of at this point know what you're getting with Larry. You're getting a libertarian who's fairly conservative on some issues and classically liberal on other issues. He's a good candidate. He's a great communicator. He's a great representative of our principles. And he is leaning into what is going to be potentially a very competitive primary coming up in later on this spring in New York State. And we're very excited to have made the endorsement because the New York State chapter of the Republican Liberty Caucus is not really up off the ground yet, just getting started, right? Normally, the state chapter would make the recommendation, would make the endorsement for someone running for governor. But because that chapter is not really up and running, the national board decided to step in and make the endorsement because we think this is an important campaign, an important candidate in a very important race.
All righty. All right. Michael, before we went on the air, Mr. Voss, before we went on the air, we were talking about ballot access, ballot challenges, and ballot access challenge is the right term. And so what do you know about that? And where does Larry stand as far as his campaign and getting the necessary ballots to get into the primary?
Let me make it. A lot of people don't understand when we say ballot access lines. What does that mean? Let's simplify that for the average person. When you go and you're filling out your vote, you have somebody's name with their party affiliation, and then you've got the position. Every time you see that name, that is a line, and you have to have ballot access to get on the ballot, to have your name on there. And in New York State, your name doesn't show up just once. It is possible to show up several times. People in New York State will recognize this. We have a party called the Working Family Party, which is very much the Democrats, but the progressive Democrats, and that's the Working Families Party. We have third parties like the Libertarians or the Green Party. We have Republicans, we have Democrats, and we have the Conservative Party. So if you are endorsed by those major parties, those are the major parties, then you would have your name on the ballot and you would have a line for each of those recognized parties. Libertarians are not recognized. Green Party is not recognized. The Conservative Party, the Working Families, Democrats and Republicans are. So there's 4 lines in New York State at this time. A lot of problems with that, but we'll get into it later. So Larry he's got the Libertarian, but they are not recognized yet because Andrew Cuomo was a scumbag, and he changed the rules. But Larry is also running for the Republican line. Yes, he's running as a Republican, and he is looking to get into a primary. He's going to get 15,000 signatures of Republicans, which is about 1/3 of what he normally would have to get as a libertarian to get onto the ballot. So I'm very confident, 95% confidence, that unless there's this blizzard hits New York and we have 3 feet of snow across the entire state, he's going to get on the ballot. They will be able to be in a primary with Bruce Blakeman. Right. And then Larry can make the case on why Republicans should vote for him. And if Republicans are voting for him, he already has the independent line or the independents voters with him. I think he sweeps the election. And pretty much everyone who's doing the political math on this agree. If Larry Sharpe were to take the Republican line and he shows up on the ballot on the Republican line, he's able to get the Libertarians on. He sweeps the race. It's that simple.
Right. Excellent. Yeah, he has the RFK party. We Are the People.
Yes.
And now I forget from my time in living in New York. Are there actually primary debates? So would he debate Blakeman at any point?
Yes, that's what he's looking to do now. If
Larry
gets 15,000 signatures, so starting roughly the 24th or 27th, petitions will go out. And that's for everyone who's running for every position, local, state, governor, and also federal Congress. And there's going to be people, and I used to be a committee man for the Republican Party, and I used to go out and I'd get the signatures for all the candidates that I believed in that were on the Republican line. I'd go out, knock on the door. Hey, you're in the Republican Party. This is to get someone on the ballot. This happens every year. There's a lot of dedicated volunteers. These are all Republicans that volunteer their time. They're not getting paid for it. They go out, go ahead, get the signature, boom. They get 15,000 of them. In the case for governor, each position is a different number, but you get 15,000. That allows the Republican to run for the governorship. Now, if you have 2 Republicans or 3 or 5, doesn't matter, that all get those 15,000 signatures, which really isn't a lot. We're talking about there's millions of Republicans in the state. So we could have multiple people. They get in, and if you have more than one, they have a debate. They have a primary. And at that point, we get to hear each of those candidates try to explain to us why they're the best choice for New York State. And the winner, we'll vote on it. Whoever's the winner is the one that goes into November and is on the November ballot.
Yeah, I'm going to be sounding repetitive to folks out there, but Larry is the greatest speaker, debater. I've never heard Blakeman really, but I know against Hochul he will absolutely crush her, and I'm sure he can outtalk Blakeman. Blakeman's first name is Bruce, by the way. We always say just Blakeman, but Bruce Blakeman, so that would be interesting. I'd definitely be watching that. And if you haven't heard Larry, definitely check that out. Check out his show, The Sharp Way. He has 2, GovShack and Sharp Way. And definitely check those out. Get ideas on what he is all about. I think 99. There's a saying, you're a libertarian, you just don't know it yet. So listen to Larry, and you'll be like, even Mike Voss is going to be a libertarian before this is all through.
Yeah, he says that a lot.
Well said, Charles.
He says that a lot. He's been saying that for a lot of years. I don't think there's a year I've said that to me at least once or twice.
That's great. That's awesome stuff. Yeah, all right, great. I'm loving that. And if we just take a look real quick at the official press release that came from the Republican Liberty Caucus. And this is, I believe this comes from the John Dennis, the RLC chairman. He says that Larry has championed the liberty message for many years. His long and consistent track record gives the RLC full confidence in him. He has ideas, and that's key. Larry has great ideas. Definitely listen to his GovShack to hear his ideas. And the drive necessary to free New York from its bloated bureaucracy, high taxes, and burdensome regulations. Absolutely 100% well said by John Dennis. No doubt about that. So All the best, of course.
Addendum on that.
What's that?
I would put an addendum on that.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Candidates for governor, there is only one candidate that has policy positions on all the major issues that people have been talking about across the state and has them available for public to review right this second. That's Larry Sharp. Bruce Blakeman doesn't have a single position that he stands for that he's willing to define. He says, oh, this is how I feel, but he won't actually define what his solution is. He's just saying, trust me. Kathy Hochul doesn't have a plan because she keeps saying, trust me. And we've been seeing what she does for the last 4 years, 6 years actually, and she's failed. She has completely failed the public. So it's interesting that you have Kathy Hochul, who only has failures to show us. You have Blakeman, who has, trust me, bro. And you've got Larry Sharp, who says, here's what I actually plan to do. Here's the policy. You may like it, you may hate it, but now you know what it is. And he's the only one who's willing to say that. That, I think, is powerful.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Yes. Ideas win people over. No doubt about that. And his ideas are great. And you go to some politicians' pages these days, and there's no policy whatsoever. And Larry's is full. He's got tons of policies up on his page. So for sure, I agree 100% with that. And there was another issue here. You know, I was just thinking, Mike, this is just off the top of my head. Did Florida, the Florida Liberty Caucus, come to an endorsement yet in the governor's race here?
No. Whether they will or not, I don't know yet. I know that they have met with a couple of folks. I suspect that they will not make an endorsement. You mean pre-primary, right? I expect that they won't, but I don't know that for sure. They'll decide on their own.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about that, and it kind of answered the question that I had. That so the RLC doesn't necessarily throw its weight behind somebody all the time. Like, if they'll sit it out, like they don't feel any obligation to.
Well, that's exactly right. And if it's a federal race, the national board will take care of it. But if there is a chapter in place, like there is a robust chapter in Florida, that is the organization that needs to decide whether or not they're going to make an endorsement in the gubernatorial space.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. And one last thing on
which, by the way, is a big selling point for joining your RLC chapter, because you really do have a terrific opportunity to weigh in and get to know your politicians in your state.
Yes, absolutely. And Hochul had a clear path before this happened, but just to let everybody know, Lieutenant Governor Anthony Delgado announced that he is ending his campaign for governor. He's far left and is the lieutenant governor for Kathy Hochul, who is the governor of New York, for those who aren't sure what we're talking about there. And he never really got his campaign off the ground, is basically how it's fashioned in the press. So that is the only stumbling block, which is probably too big of a word for Kathy Hochul. There was no way that Delgado was going to win anyway. So,
and I think that's the real reason he's out, is that he just couldn't muster competitiveness.
Right.
Well, there's a few other things. Excuse me. Antonio is actually Antonio. Everyone gets that wrong. Antonio, who used to be a congressman for the New York 19th district, and when he had to go up against Republicans, he folded, ran away, and became the DEI hire for Kathy Hochul, because it's a really easy job as lieutenant governor. No one knows what the lieutenant governor does. No one cares, because they're useless. They're just there. They're always in New York State. They are there as a political, DEI. They're there to virtue signal and give women, people of color, a reason to vote for whoever's the front runner. That's all it is in New York State. It's kind of sad, but we
need to do more with that spot. Lieutenant governor needs to be more important. Not only should the office be occupied by someone who can stand on their own 2 feet fairly independently with their own political base, but the way that they are selected needs to be more thoughtful as well. We need to get away from this idea that gubernatorial candidates dictate who the lieutenant governor candidates are going to be. Indiana is a role model in this regard, having made this decision a couple years back and separated out lieutenant governor, which is how we got an excellent lieutenant governor in Indiana in the form of Micah Beckwith. And I would like to see New York State develop a more independent track for lieutenant governor there too, to Michael's
Never
point.
going to happen. As long as the Democrats have single party rule over New York, you will never see that happen. And literally, I mean, people like to complain, oh my God, you know, New York's got this problem, that problem. There's a lot of problems you can point to. You can't point to one problem that belongs to the libertarians, the conservatives, the Republicans, even the Green Party. We have nothing to do with any of those problems. Democrats have complete control of the assembly, the state senate, the lieutenant governor, the governor, and the AG. We got nothing. We have no control over any of that. Every problem you see in New York, that came from a Democrat. And that's why they virtue signal, so that people are compelled to vote for them. Why would black people be willing to vote for Kathy Hochul when she's done nothing for black New Yorkers overall? Oh, because she has a black woman who's her lieutenant governor picked, just like Antonio Delgado is black and Hispanic. That's their reason to vote for her. That's it. And it's kind of sad that Democrats think so little of the public, that they think, oh, I virtue signal, I'll get the votes. It's even worse that it's correct. That's the situation we have right now.
Yeah. And just in case anybody is not familiar with a little bit of the immediate past when it comes to New York State, and Michael saying that every single problem is really at the feet of the Democrats. The last time there was a governor in New York that was Republican was Pataki, and it was 1995, I believe, when he won.
23 years ago.
Yeah. So that's you got 23 years of Democrats running it. I mean, Giuliani was gone out of New York in shortly after. I don't know when his term officially ended, but it was shortly after 9/11. He had like 2 or 3 years left, right? And then then he was gone. So it really is at their feet. But you could also say that Republicans just can't get their act together. And people, you got to blame yourself for not being better. And then, but the political strategy thing that I find really interesting, fascinating, when Larry becomes the Republican nominee and the Libertarian, of course, he's got the other ones, does he go Republican for his lieutenant governor to try to be like throw a fig leaf out there, you know what I mean, and be like, okay, you got a red-blooded libertarian on the top of the ticket. I'm going to give you the Republican here. Maybe he goes like state attorney general or something like that. But that'll be an interesting political strategy point. I don't know if anybody has any insight into that or not.
He has to. It's not a choice. Yeah. It's not a choice. He has to, and not because of the party making him do it. It's not a deal. There aren't enough libertarians to fill the spots. Just the reality of the thing. There just aren't enough libertarians out there to fill all the critical roles that would be needed.
Yeah, that's true.
So they have to work with the Republican Party, which is yet another reason why Republicans really should be voting for Larry Sharpe in this case, because he can win, and their access to infrastructure is a very good matchup to improve New York. That's pretty much the best way we can do this. So it's a win for Republicans. It's a win for libertarians. It's good for conservatives. Democrats will be pissed off, but look at their track record. Let them be pissed off. They haven't gotten any solutions.
Larry could be a very unifying force inside the Republican Party. I think he could be very good for the Republican Party. Whether our fellow Republicans will recognize that or not remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Well,
let's see what happens.
We got to break away from the leadership. There's a difference between the establishment and the rank and file.
That is exactly right.
Well, that's going to be one of those stories we're going to continue to follow. We have a few of them on the board that we're going to get to in a little bit. But Carrie checks in, Carrie Christopher, and about the presidents. And let me bring this bad boy up here. So she checks in and she says, wow, hold on for a second. Did I just not?
Mike, you disappeared.
Mike, you disappeared behind the comments. All right.
That's okay. I'll be back in a minute. You can go ahead. Put her note up. I'll be back.
You can walk around the block. Yeah.
No, put it up. I'll even read it for you if you want.
All right.
Yeah,
You ready?
read it.
We're gonna get a read from Mike Tremont.
Yeah, I'll read it. There are so many amazing examples of good presidents, but there's something to be said for living through an historical event, one that has never happened. My choice is an important example of the advancement of American civilization and society, legitimate progress that would have seemed an impossibility just decades ago. Someone who is not only a cool dude, but whose values drove not only his actions in his private life, but his policies of leader of the free world. The 44th, you going to give me some more note here?
Barack Obama? She's out of her mind. She's saying it's a Barack Obama.
I got to give it. I can't choke down the policies, but I got to hand it to him that he was a very cool dude. So I'll give you that.
No, he wasn't. No, he was not. He's a good actor. He's a crap president. He had crap policies. He was He broke the Constitution. He was killing Americans without any charges, without any proof. Violating the Constitution. He was abysmal. He was bad on racial policies. He divided America more than anything else. He was the key component in transforming America into a progressive socialist entity. And he's been absolutely destructive as post-presidential politics. There is nothing good about Barack Obama, and there never was.
The beginning of the real divisive period that we're in now.
Yeah. All right, hold on 1 second. Just want to let CA's Carrie. I know her. So Carrie, you're cut off, but we're assuming it's the 44th. I don't know why it doesn't say 44th PRES. It says 44th Uni, but definitely fill in the rest. It's not showing up here. So yeah. So we can assume that. But yeah. So. All righty. Thanks for checking in, and thanks for reading that, Mike. That was great.
I'm your reader. Give me another.
All right. So, there is some news today. It came down this afternoon. Our actor, director Robert Duvall passed away. He died peacefully on Sunday, his family announced, and he was, I believe, 95 years old. And Michael, pre-meeting, you had said that you had a dinner with him. So how did that come about, and what are your impressions of Mr. Duvall?
Yeah, he means me.
Yeah. I'm gonna mess that up all night, guys. This is the way it is.
Right. It was interesting because it was when I was in Moscow. So this was 91 that Duvall was doing a movie about Stalin. And I happened to know one of the directors in Moscow. He was a friend of mine, Igor Kukurev. So I know that's a weird name for people. It's completely Russian. Igor Kukurev. And he was a personal friend of mine, and he was responsible for meeting up with Duvall, working with him at the Russian location. And he was also escorting him across Moscow so that they would go back to the dacha the next day. They were going to the dacha, which is, think of it as a small home in the woods, a dacha that used to belong to Stalin that they were allowed to film in for this HBO movie Stalin. And I remember Igor, he came to me, he says, and we were talking about various movies, and he says, yeah, and he was running late because he had to go and pick up Robert Duvall. I said, Duvall, really? The actor? I might think of someone else. He's like, no, yeah, we're talking Godfather, we're talking that guy. I'm like, shit, I wish I could meet him. He goes, do you want to meet him? I'm like, yeah. He said, okay, so get in the cab. Let's go. We're gone. Boom. We get in the car. We go. We pick up Duvall from the airport. He's very jet lagged. We decided to go out. We were going to the ballet. But before the ballet, and because he got a nap, he got up. We went to go get something to eat real quick. A small little store. Picked up a small meal. And he got to talk about The Godfather behind the scenes. His interaction with the other actors and the arguments they were having behind the scenes that we never got to see. He was talking about how he was interacting with some of the other actors on how they felt about the roles and how everyone should be reacting with each other was very interesting, very personal, very private. His views about how that went. And it was kind of great because here I am. I think I was about 30 at the time. No, not even. I was 26, I think. And I had a full 3-inch beard because Russia's cold in the winter, and winter's like 9 months out of the year. And so I have this big, thick 3-inch full beard. Obviously, I'm not Black American out there. And he's like, why are you here? Why are you in Moscow?
Great question.
Yeah, and we had a nice little conversation about, I was doing international trade at the time, but we got to talk a little bit about that and my experience with that, and it was really great. And then we went over to the ballet, and we got to watch the Russian ballet. It was really a great night. He was a very gracious man.
Awesome. All right, yeah, Carrie does check in to let us know that you meant president, so there you go, president. And Joel checks in, a fan of Duvall. Duvall was a great actor. Yes, indeed. Apocalypse Now. And quite a few others as well. And he was a director that was noted in the articles about him today, which I didn't know. And long life, 95. I mean, that's beating the odds. So you lived a good long life. If you're.
I highly recommend Lonesome Dove. It doesn't get the accolades that it deserved.
Okay. Awesome. All right, folks. Watch it. You come back next week and let us know. That's awesome.
Too. I actually read Lonesome Dove, which is a huge book, not surprisingly. And I read it after having seen Duvall play, one of the leading roles. And it was extra fun to read the book with Duvall in mind.
Cool. Oh, yeah. That's neat. Yep, definitely. So the couple stories here, and I had said that I like to not be a news channel.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
All right, everyone. Thank you for being back here with us at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And I hope you've been enjoying the conversation so far. We've been talking about a lot of things. We've talked on Luigi Mangione a little bit about Lindsay Clancy. Yeah, Lindsay Clancy a little bit. We've talked a little bit about what's happening overseas with various countries, including the United Kingdom. We've talked a little bit about, oh my God, there's so many things. I keep forgetting everything that we've talked about. So we've had a lot of conversation, and I'm looking forward to having even more. Please do remember, you can leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, on Rumble, and also on Instagram. You can leave comments for me. I look forward to seeing everything that you guys have to say, whether you agree or you disagree, because I respect you. Please, if you've made it this far into the program, hit the like button. More importantly, hit the subscribe button. Help us get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not greedy. I'm not trying to beat Steven Crowder. I'm not trying to beat Dave Rubin. I'm not trying to beat anybody. I think we can get to 50,000, but let's just get to 5,000 subscribers this year, and I would appreciate your help. Hit the subscribe button, whatever platform you're on. With that said, I do want to talk about in a little bit the Cyberleek story, which I think is pretty important. It's something with gaming, but it has an impact on individual rights and lives, and we'll be talking about that in just a moment. But before I get to that, I want to talk about Eric Swalwell. I want to talk about my prediction about Republicans winning the House and the Senate. Now, earlier I had already mentioned a little bit about this, about how I see that breaking down. And a lot of it has to do with the Democratic Socialists of America. They've been attempting to take over the Democratic Party, and they're doing a great job of taking that over. But as they are doing so, all Americans, including Democrats, are finding out what they actually want, which is to destroy America. They want to destroy the foundation of our nation. It will never be the same if they are able to get the power to do so, because they will get rid of the Constitution. That means you won't have the right to free speech. You won't have a right to privacy. You won't have a right to anything except whatever right they give you. It will be rights given by government and can be taken away at any moment by government. And you have no rights of your own because you're not an individual. You're just a group. You're a checkbox, a category. That's what the left believes. That's what progressive ideology and the movement towards the left, that's what it's all about. Turning you into a checkbox, a category, just a bunch of people with your heads down that comply and don't ask questions. And there is a group of elites above you that have all the power, and you have nothing to say about that. Kind of like in Nicaragua, where the elites decided there are no more elections. You don't get to choose who's in your government, who's in charge anymore. You just have to obey. They are a dictatorship. That is the socialist process. We see it happen every time. Cuba, North Korea, China, name your country. You see it happen over and over again. But how did we get to that? Why are the Democrats finally starting to pay attention? Because I think the public have lost all of their confidence and all of their trust in the Democrats. We've seen that Democrats have lied to the public over and over and over again. Think about the Biden administration. What did we hear? That Joe Biden was a mental giant. He was a genius, that he was sharp as a tack. Meanwhile, the public, in watching this, saw him deteriorate and saw his mental faculties breaking down. He's lost on stage. He doesn't know who he's talking to. He's trying to ask for dead people. He doesn't remember they're not alive. He was investigated by the government and found out that he couldn't be tried for his crime of having documents, illegally holding documents that he could not have, top secret documents, in his garage. And he couldn't be held accountable because he couldn't remember, because he was a doddering old man. And that tells us everything. Yet we were lied to. We were lied to about the Hunter Biden laptop. For years, we had places like the New York Times. For 2.5 years, the New York Times told us that Hunter Biden laptop, that entire story was fake. It wasn't real. Meanwhile, the FBI admitted it, and every other news organization confirmed independently that it was Hunter Biden's laptop, that everything about that was true. 2.5 years later, then the New York Times told us the truth about that. And we saw this over and over again on story after story, where we were being told something that wasn't true, but because the Democrats said it, you were supposed to believe it, and you're supposed to vote blue no matter who. Well, eventually, as you see lie after lie, you start to say, well, something isn't adding up. Something isn't correct, and I can't trust these people. We've seen where Zoran Mamdani, before his election, he promised rainbows and unicorns. Everything was going to be beautiful. You'd have free buses and you'd have free grocery stores. And now we find out you have more expensive buses. They're not free. And your grocery store, well, as I was talking about in the earlier segment, it's not going to be free. You may have a discount if you have an ID card, which is another oxymoron right there. And on top of that, it's never going to be able to help all the poor people that they promised they would help, because you're going to be paying for it all every step of the way. There is never going to be a discount because you're paying for it out of your taxes at the local, state, and federal level. It will never be free. You were lied to. And people are waking up to this over and over. But what about some of the older stories that we were told? And people have been waking up to that as well. One of the oldest stories, and I've been covering this since about, I think, 2019, is Eric Swalwell. And we have many videos where we talked about Eric Swalwell and how he was compromised by the Chinese spy Fang Fang, who was sleeping with him, which we have confirmed. The FBI, the government has confirmed he was in fact sleeping with Fang Fang, the Chinese spy. We know that she helped him get elected the first time in 2012 and was responsible for providing volunteers to his campaign, and that they were also responsible for giving donations to make sure that Eric Swalwell would get reelected. We know that Eric Swalwell was on the Intelligence Committee, where top secret information was exchanged with our government, our Congress, on a regular basis. And it is believed that Eric Swalwell, because he was sleeping with Fang Fang, a honeypot, a spy that uses sex to be able to get secret information, guess what? He was giving information to the Chinese government. No wonder he got kicked out, and he should be. And now we find out that there are additional sexual assault claims, allegations that have been placed against him, 4 of them in total. This man is bad news all the way through. But remember, we were told at every single step, it's not true. Don't believe it. It's just right-wing conspiracy. But we're seeing places like the AP, NBC News, the New York Times. They are confirming everything that the right-wing independent news media like myself, like what we have been saying for years based on the information that was available. It was obvious to the public. This is hurting the Democrats. Their top stars. Eric Swalwell was supposed to be the governor of California to replace Gavin Newsom. He was an up-and-comer. He was possibly going to be able to run for president after being the governor of California in about 8 years. Now he's completely gone. They've thrown him away like they do so many other, like Al Franken. They just throw away anyone who is no longer useful. Once you can't work on the plantation, you're not effective, you're useless, and they throw you away. So Eric Swalwell he was on a trip. He was at the San Diego airport, and the federal agents were waiting for him to get off the plane. They served him with a warrant. They took his phone. They served him with the warrant. They went into his home, and they were taking files out and presumably looking through his computer files as well for more information. This man is screwed. If not because of the sexual assault allegations, then definitely because of his connection to what we believe is the Confucius Institute, which is a spy agency for the Chinese government, and his work with the CCP. Even if he claims that he didn't know, doesn't mean he didn't do it. That he wasn't given, that in his sleepy bedtime talk with Fang Fang, that he was giving away intelligence secrets, top secret information critical to the United States, and he was giving it away. Whether he knew she was a spy or not doesn't matter. He still committed the crime. This guy is going to be hung dry. But that means the Democrats knew. They have known since 2019 that this guy is damaged goods. The women that made their allegations have been making their allegations for years. The fact of Feng Feng being a spy and that he was sleeping her were allegations that had been known for years. And Democrats said, no, it's just a Republican right-wing lie. They lied to you to protect their elections and to maintain power. And when you realize that the Democrats will say anything to maintain power, why are you voting for them? They all lied to you. We saw it with Zoran. We've seen it with Eric Swalwell. We see it with AOC and also with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, the big 2016 buyout. He got bought off, suddenly became a millionaire, got his second home, soon to be followed with his third home. How many Bernie bros were upset because Bernie Sanders gave them up to get rich, even though he's a socialist and he's not supposed to be rich. He's not supposed to have 3 homes for himself. That's not what socialism is supposed to be about. Yet that is what Bernie is all about. AOC is out there trying to say that she's not part of the National Democratic Socialists of America. She's only part of the New York chapter. There is no difference between the two. It is a lie to confuse you. Oh, they're completely different. No, they're not. They're the same organization in the same party. This is why we're seeing Democrats lose, because even rank and file Democrats have no faith. And then we take a look at the rest of the Democrats. How about Hakeen Jeffries? Hakeen Jeffries is in charge of the Democrats, and he's saying about the DSA, he's throwing them under a bus, as he states to Newsweek. Again, this isn't the right wing. This isn't coming from Breitbart. It's not coming from me. It's coming from Newsweek, which is ideally neutral, if not leaning to the left. And they confirm this is directly what Hakeen Jeffries said himself, that he does not support the DSA agenda at all. He doesn't support them. That means the Democratic Party doesn't support them in their idea. They are verboten, but they're part of the Democratic Party, because the DSA would never be able to get as much money, raise as much money as they do, because they're Democrats. They wouldn't be able to have 50 state ballot access because they need the Democratic Party who has the infrastructure for that. They wouldn't be able to survive as a third party. They would be the same as the Communist Party of America. Yes, there is a Communist Party of America, and they don't have 50 state ballot access. There is a Socialist Party of America. They don't have 50 state ballot. Hear about them because they can't raise any money. No one takes them seriously. That would be the DSA if they had not invaded the Democratic Party. This is, I think, very interesting to see this, that you're hearing him say the congressman abolished, he rejected the calls by the DSA to abolish ICE and to abolish and rejected also abolishing the Senate, the Supreme Court, the presidency, things that are absolute requirements by the DSA if they have power. Now, why is this even kind of sort of, well, think about it. If the DSA gets in charge and they get rid of the Constitution, they get rid of the amendments, you have no freedom. You no longer have a right to free speech. If they burn the Constitution and the amendments, women no longer have a right to vote. If they get rid of the Constitution and the amendments, then you have no right to privacy. You have no right to defend yourself. Think of all the things you no longer have a right to. You no longer have a Fifth Amendment right to stay silent, to protect yourself. Now, we may wish that for people like Dr. Fauci so that he couldn't use the Fifth, but think about all the rank and file, regular average Americans all across this country. What the DSA is saying is if you elect them, they will get more power within the Democratic Party. They will get more money. They will have more access. There will be more of them. And it makes it more likely that they're not going to go and try and the Supreme Court by adding 4 more justices. They're going to try and eliminate it completely. They're going to try and get rid of prisons completely. And because the 7 members of the DSA, if all of them get elected as is expected, then those 7 members will be able to force Democrats to make deals. The Democrats can't pass anything unless all 7 of those DSA members vote with the Democratic Party. They will have a stranglehold over the Democrats. They will be able to coerce them, to bribe them to do whatever they want. They will get something. That means defunding police, if not abolishing them. That means defunding prisons, if not eliminating them. That means getting rid of some of the constitutional guarantees that you have these rights you have from birth. They will be compromised. Democrats are starting to pay attention, and the more that they pay attention, the more they come to the understanding that everyone who's on the right and many of the independents and many third parties have already understood for years that this is coming, and this means the end of America as we know it. Not because I'm on the right and I don't like Democrats, because this is a statement. Again, you can go to the DSA website. You will see this for yourself. They're not hiding. This is the truth. They will lie to your face to get elected. Remember Melissa Hong, who was trying to become governor of Wisconsin. When she got caught, when her tweets came out that she hated Thanksgiving. She wanted to abolish Thanksgiving and every other holiday because she didn't like them. And she wanted to take them away from everyone in America, take away Thanksgiving because she didn't like it. It didn't match her personal feelings about politics. Then she was going to take it away from everyone in Wisconsin. This is what the DSA does. And then she denied it and said, no, I love Thanksgiving. I cook on Thanksgiving. Well, you were campaigning that you wanted to destroy Thanksgiving. It's one or the other. Which one is it? Oh, it's you want Thanksgiving until you get power so that you can go back to your original thought is that you hate it and no one should celebrate. This is what the DSA does. And that means at the moment, that's what the Democratic Party does. They lie to you a lot. And they will reverse position in a heartbeat if it means they get an extra vote, if it means they get an extra donation, because they want power. And the more people are, the more they are becoming disturbed. And that's why Democrats will lose. Because as we go through, we're now about to go into the main general election season where the American people actually start to pay attention to politics. And unlike me and many of you who are watching right now, people who follow politics all year round, the general public start paying attention starting in September going until November. And they're going to finally find out who these DSA people are, what they really stand for, what they really believe. And when they find that out, they're not going to vote for them. Look at all of these candidates. They have barely won their primaries. They're Democratic. When they were only up against other Democrats, everybody on blue, everyone was a Democrat. And when it was only Democrats, how many races were down to a couple of percentage points? Because when Democrats were looking at, do I want to support DSA or do I want to support democratic values, they were stuck. And these people barely eked by. And that's with all Democrats. They're not going to win over the independents. They're absolutely not winning over any of the Republicans, anyone on the right. So that means they're going to lose. That's why Democrats will why Democrats will lose the 2026 midterm elections. and they're going to lose the Senate. Because the general public, in learning the truth, in learning what they will lose, no matter what they're promised they will gain, you're going to lose more than you will ever gain. And again, we look at Zoran Mamdani. Look at his stores. It's the greatest example of that. Oh, you'll maybe, if you can make it into the store, one of the first people to get into the store, you could possibly get a 30% discount if you give them all of your identification. You give them your identity. You lose your privacy. You might get a 30% discount, but you're going to pay for it in taxes, and you're going to be funding other businesses in the entire area. You were never told this was going to happen. No one ever told you that, oh, well, you got to not only pay for this store, which is 5 times more expensive than it needs to be, but you're also going to be funding every other bodega in the area, and that's coming out of your taxes. Oh, you were poor? You're going to be even more poor. Yeah, you get to save $1 on milk, but you're going to spend $3 in taxes. Did you actually save any money? No, you didn't. And it's going to hurt the poor people more than anyone else. And they'll say, oh, we'll get the money from the rich people. The rich people are leaving. 114,000 rich people left New York in the first quarter of 2026. They'll just walk away. They won't pay all these taxes. They're like, they're not going to leave. Yes, they are. Yes, they will leave. Everybody's leaving because the ship is sinking. But it's not just in New York. It's not just in LA. It's not just in Wisconsin. It's everywhere. Remember, this week we found out that Media Strategies were creating, it's a private company that started doing polls. They made up the polls. They lied. This isn't like the Blakeman poll, which, yes, it was purely biased. It was a crap poll. It wasn't real, saying that he was within 4 points of Kathy Hochul. That wasn't a real poll. But Media Strategies came out and admitted they made fake polls showing Democrats winning in California, in Wisconsin, in Nevada, that they lied to the public and made up the numbers to help the Democrats win. This is why Democrats are going to lose, because they will lie. They just want power. They don't care about you. They have never cared about you. They only care about what makes you vote for them. And they will use any emotional manipulation that they need to get your vote and to get your donation. They don't care. And they will flip-flop in a heartbeat, as we've seen AOC and Bernie Sanders. We've seen it with Hong, and we've seen it with Abdul El Sayed. They will all flip in a second if it means that they get to win, if they get one more vote. And you're seeing it in real time. That terrifies me. And you're seeing that even with Hakeen Jeffries, even as he is saying, as I showed you from the Newsweek article, as he is saying, no, I don't support the DSA, but he says the DSA is a welcome and vital part of the Democratic Party. They won't kick them out. They need them because the DSA gets college indoctrinated students to vote for them. They get college students to volunteer. They get college students to vote. Democrats can't get that. Democrats want that young vote, that vote that only follows AOC, that believes everything that Zoran Mamdani says, that thinks that El Sayed is cute or that he's attractive, that he's smart, and they will follow them hook, line, and sinker. And the Democrats can't get those people, so they need the DSA. So they won't kick the DSA out, even though the DSA has its own private conventions. They make their own deals, their own rules. They have their own agenda. They're not Democrats. And if you ask members of the DSA, they will tell you to your face, they aren't Democrats. They admit it. They are socialists, or they'll say democratic socialists, but same difference. They're socialists. They will admit that they are not Democrats. They don't pretend. The only people who pretend that they're actually Democrats are people like Hakeen Jeffries because they want them. But they're losing people like Bill Maher. They're losing James Carville. They're losing. And we should take some solace in that. But look at how broken the Democratic Party is. They're losing. We're finding out about Swalwell. All their lies, after all these years, they're coming out. We are seeing the truth. The truth always comes out and it always resurfaces. And we're seeing it now. And we're seeing it with Swalwell and so many other cases, one after the other. You're going to see it come after Schiff as well. Adam Schiff is going to have his lies broken open as well when he lied about Russia going on with Rachel Maddow night after night for 3 years in a row, lying to the American people that he had some kind of evidence that no one has ever seen. He said he had red-handed evidence that no one has ever seen that doesn't exist in 3 different investigations, never showed up because Democrats lie. They will lie to your face to get your money, to get your vote. And people are starting to get fed up with that. And that means Democrats lose the midterms because people are fed up with the lies. They're fed up with the flip-flops. They're fed up being abused and used. And about the only people who seem to be okay with it are women. Liberal white women and black women seem to be happy to be abused and used by the Democratic Party. I don't get it. But then again, excuse me. But then again, these are the exact same women that believe and follow Clancy. They're the ones who support Lindsay Clancy, saying, oh no, it's okay that she killed her kids. I don't understand that. Only leftist white women and black female Democrats, they're the only ones that are like, yeah, I believe in Lindsay Clancy. Even though she admits she killed her own kids, they support her. I don't get it. I don't get it. Democrats, how did your party get so broken? What happened to your morality? What happened to your worldview? Why do you guys support so many evil people? Evil people. And you guys will defend them to the ends of the earth. I do not get it. But this is why your party is losing. If you're wondering why Democrats are losing, that's why. Because they pick the most evil person to support. They believe in absolute lies, even when they are obvious and told to their face. They don't care. They'll still believe the lie, even when they know it's a lie. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about here, because today, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, just passed the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Here it is. It's being reported. Oh, okay. It's being reported now. Gavin Newsom signed the controversial Stop Nick Shirley Act. What this bill is to prevent private investigations, individuals, independent news media like me, like Steven Crowder, like James O'Keefe, like whomever is your favorite, Dave Rubin or Vince Dow, whomever it is that you watch. This is meant to shut them down. It is meant to end the conversation on social media. You're supposed to obey whatever is the party message. Don't question it. Don't think about it. Just do as you are told. Comply. That's what they did in California. Nick Shirley revealed that just like in Minnesota, California has wasted tens of billions of your money, taken away services from you because of hospice care fraud. That has hurt the American people, and it's been happening for years. Not a year, for multiple, possibly 10 years. This has been going on throughout the entire time Gavin Newsom has been there, and he knew it, and the Democrats knew it, and they didn't care. Just like they knew about Tim Walz and the Somali daycare, and they didn't care. They put him up to be vice president even though they knew these crimes have been going on since 2019, abusing the system, wasting your money, making inflation higher, making poor people more poor, taking away services from people who need it. They don't care. They want to lie. They just don't want to be held accountable for the lies they are making. Is there anyone on the left who wants to dare say, Mike, you're wrong. You don't understand. That's not true. Is there anyone on the left who wants to say, oh my God, all these examples that are documented by the left, the mainstream news media, we have the actual documents. We know this is true. It is a fact. Is there anyone on the left who wants to say, oh, but Mike, you don't understand. Vote blue no matter who, because it doesn't matter. It does matter. It absolutely does matter. Want to talk about corrupting America? This is how you destroy America. This is what they are doing to destroy America. I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about here. This gentleman right here is one of the top aides of one of the Democrats, one of the state legislature Democrats in California. And he comes out and he's putting up a sign. Where is it? There it is. And this is the most childish thing I've ever seen. He's using your tax money to print up a sign that he was handing out saying that Nick Shirley has a small penis. This is when an adult. This is someone who's working in the California government. And what he did is he's walking around with a sign that he printed off of government paperwork in a government office using government taxpayer money to put out signs that say Nick Shirley has a small penis. How is that helping Democrats? How is that improving government, making sure that government isn't abusing its power or wasting its time? It's petty. This is something you would expect from a kid in junior high school. You would expect it maybe even from Nick Shirley, who's a child. This is a grown man with an important position. And this is the best he could do because he's a Democrat and he thinks he can get away with anything because it doesn't matter. Shut up. Don't ask questions. Don't listen to Nick Shirley. Don't look at the fraud. Don't look at the corruption. Vote blue no matter who. It doesn't matter if they want to burn down the Constitution. Vote blue no matter who. Give them your power. Give them your money. It doesn't matter. I think it does matter. And this is why I think Democrats will lose. Because I think more Democrats, they may not agree with my politics. They may not agree with anyone on the right. But I think they absolutely don't agree with the abuses that are consistently happening in the Democratic Party right now. The Democrats need to clean house. They need to fix themselves because they have fallen that far. I truly believe so. Now, how about something else that's really stupid? Oh, I lost that. I'm going to switch gears altogether. So, here's something that you may not have heard about. Does anyone know what Cyberleek is? Or rather, I should say, who Cyberleek is? I'm just typing it into the chat. And the name is Cyberleek, like L-E-E-K. Okay? This is kind of like... what's his name? God, what's his name now? This is a complicated story. Cyberleek is a group of individuals who at the moment are trying to blackmail the company called the company behind GTA 6. GTA 6 is a game. It's a video game. It's a very popular genre of franchise. It's a very popular franchise, Grand Theft Auto. That's the franchise. This is the 6th game in that franchise. It's about to come out later this year. It costs about some estimates say as much as $2 billion to make this one video game. It is expected to make billions of dollars back to its parent company, Naughty Dog. It is a very, very big game. It is a very big deal in entertainment. Cyberleek are a bunch of hackers. They are going around. It's Snowden. This is kind of like Snowden. They got information about Naughty Dog, about the creation of GTA 6. In fact, they have the entire game, and they are blackmailing Naughty Dog, saying if they don't make changes to the industry, their game will be released, piracy, online piracy. The game will be released in multiple countries on multiple servers. It cannot be stopped, and that would bankrupt the parent company. It would destroy this game because millions of people around the world would be able to have access to the game, and they would never have to buy it. And there's no way to stop them from getting the game if the hackers, Cyberleek, is telling the truth. And Cyberleek is not one individual. It is a group of people, as we are told, from around the world. Multiple people. Now, you may not be interested in video games. You may not really care about Cyberleek or Grand Theft Auto, and whether it's the sixth version or the first game of the game. You may not be a gamer, so you may not care about that. There's a part of this story that is very important that you should care, and not really even the blackmail or trying to change industry standards to get rid of micro transactions and ways to steal money from the public without giving them something back of value, just finding ways to drain their pockets. Here's the part that's, I think, more important to the general audience, to everyone in America. To be able to fight against this, Grand Theft Auto has gotten a subpoena to look at all the records at Discord and at Microsoft. I want to say that again. Legally, Grand Theft Auto, the owners, that company, have gone out and they have gotten a subpoena from the courts to be able to look at all the records of every conversation at Microsoft and at Discord that has anything to do with Grand Theft Auto 6. So right now, if you have been on Discord and you have ever mentioned Grand Theft Auto and or Grand Theft Auto 6 in any way, shape, or form, if you are using the Xbox or any other Microsoft device and you're mentioning the words Grand Theft Auto or Grand Theft Auto 6, Microsoft and Discord has to give your private information, your private email, your private text, your channel. They have to give it to the court and give it to this private company. It is a violation. It seems to be a violation of the Fourth Amendment to me, that this is too much, that they will have access to your entire account and they will be able to look through everything you have ever said because you mentioned the words Grand Theft Auto even once. Think about that for a second. Because they're trying to find out who the group Cyberleek is, because they are threatening to blackmail and to harm this business, this multi-billion-dollar game, the court has given that private company access to all of your information, everything you have ever said, to look through everything, every one of your photos, every one of your memes, every one of your chats and your texts, to try and find out if you said anything about Grand Theft Auto. If it shows up once in your chat, if it shows up once on your computer, technically, they can go and use that subpoena to search everything that you have, to invade your privacy 1,000%. I think that is an overreach of government. I think that is an abuse of power. I think that's a problem. No private company should be able to get all of my data. I want you to understand, because I am talking about this subject on a live stream, it is possible that a judge could say, since I'm talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, that all of the videos I have ever done, all of my chat could be subpoenaed for Naughty Dog to look through to try and find information about Cyberleek, to see if I know anything or if I have done anything with them. That is too much power. That is insane. That is not what a warrant is supposed to be about. That is breaking the Fourth Amendment, our right to privacy. And this is affecting everyone. So if you think, no, but you're not affected. Do you have a kid? Do you have any children? Have any of your children or your friends or anyone you know who might be a gamer, have they ever been on Discord? Have they ever used an Xbox? That is that group. People who've been on either or Xbox or Discord. That's tens of millions of people in the United States alone for each category. We're talking about minimum 20 million people theoretically that this company can access all of your information and search through everything you have said, everything you have done, looking to see if there is any nugget of information that brings them back to the Cyberleek organization. 20 million people. Every conversation that you've had on Discord, every conversation that you sent through the Xbox to your ex-girlfriend, to your wife, to your mistress, to your boyfriend, to your brother, your mom, your dad, your cousin, the kids in your classroom. All of that is now going to be able to be in the possession of this private company to do anything with. I know the warrant says, no, they can only look through everything that you privately have on there and look for just information about Cyberleek and Grand Theft Auto 6. But they're going to see everything else too. And if you think that no one will make a copy of everything else you have said ever, you think they will not make a copy of that secretly, that they will have that information in the back of their pocket to look through at their leisure? How about the young girls who sent out that little naughty picture to their boyfriend that one time through the Xbox or through Discord, but it was a private message, and you were talking about, oh, do I look like the GTA 6 girl lead character now, even though you're in nothing but a t-shirt in a sexy pose? Because you were trying to make your boyfriend say, ooh, you're just so sexy. Or the vice versa, girl sending it to a guy sending it to a girl. Maybe you were talking about something else and you said grand and you were talking about theft somewhere else in the conversation, and that just gets hit by the computer search reading through all of your private information, and they get to find out information about your family, your loved ones, your job, who you are, what you do, your private sexual practices, all of your information, all of your secrets. This is the problem I have with the Cyberleek story. It is a problem. Now, let me be fair to say that I didn't learn all of this on my own. I'm just not that smart. I follow games. I am a gamer, but I didn't get all the information just on my own. Endymion is a YouTuber who deals with video games and entertainment, and he did a deep dive. He has been following the Cyberleek story from the beginning, and he's had some recent updates on this, which is part of what I am relaying to you. His main concern is about the impact on entertainment and how this could affect all future video games because of the Cyberleek saga, and what some of the consequences of it will be going down the road. But in his discussion about that, I caught on to, and I am worried about, the Fourth Amendment violation, the subpoena by the Southern Court of New York, the Court of Southern New York, that said they have access, this company has access to all information from Microsoft and from Discord to search through all of the records to find GTA 6. So that means right now, Discord is going through all of their data on all of their users looking for information on GTA 6, which means they're going to check your stuff too. Even if you delete it right now, they have a backup. In fact, if you delete everything you have on Discord right now, they're going to look through all of your stuff, every conversation you've ever had, because you deleted it while they're going under subpoena. You are more suspicious by deleting your stuff than keeping it. They're going to look through all of your private information. And if you think that they won't make a copy of it, you're out of your mind. If for no other reason, to legally have, in case they miss something, they will have the legal backup to say, I have a copy, I didn't see that, I didn't know. Just to protect themselves legally, they will make a copy of all your information. So will Microsoft, to protect themselves. And then there is GTA itself with this private information. And they're going to say they're looking for Cyberleek, but they're going to find out everything else about you. How much money you make. Where do you live? What is your name? What are the name of all of your Google accounts? They're going to know all of that information. They're going to find out about your passwords. All of that information. Do you see how this is a problem? Do you see how this magnifies and it gets bigger and bigger? And if they think they have evidence that connects you to the organization called Cyberleek, then they will investigate you and your family and all your friends to find out if they are part of anything with Cyberleek, which means they will go through all of your family and your friends and all of their private data too. And if they're wrong and you have nothing to show and you did nothing wrong, they have a copy of all of your data, all of your family's data, all of your friends' data. Think about that. In a private company who can sell all that information to anyone in the world, legally or illegally. There are people who work in that company, some of whom may not be trustworthy, who might take that information and do things with it. They might hack your computers. They might hack your bank accounts. They may sell it to their friends. They may steal your photos of you, your family, your friends for all kinds of freaky deaky reasons. Do you see why this upsets me? It's political, but it's not quite political in the way like AOC or Bernie Sanders or some of the other stories like what's happening in Iraq. But it is political. It is important. It is something that matters. I would love to see people like Ricada or Legal Mindset and some of the other law tubers, Viva Fry and Robert Barnes, that they can go through this and they're lawyers. They may know better than me about this information. They may be able to identify what the limits are on the subpoena that I don't understand because I'm not a lawyer. I haven't read through the entire subpoena, so I can't be absolutely sure about everything I'm saying. But it appears, based on the information I have gotten so far, which is surface level, I admit, but the potential for abuse is astounding. And I advise you to pay attention to this. Pay attention to Cyberleek. Watch this video from Endymion. The link will be in the description. And you can then decide for yourself, especially if you have a Discord, if you are on, you use Xbox, if you've ever played the game GTA, Grand Theft Auto, if you've talked about it on your Twitter or on social media, then I would suggest you may want to watch this video. You may want to find out more about what's happening with Cyberleek and be able to try and protect yourself and your privacy, because it sounds like this company is willing to spend billions to find out all of your information just because. And that I do not find acceptable. That I think is an abuse. That is, the government has gone too far. And of course, which government gave them, which part of the government gave them all this power? The courts in New York State. New York State judges gave them this broad, overly broad, huge power over you, the private citizen, because New York State is run by Democrats and they don't care about you as an individual. They don't care about your privacy. They don't care about what your life is like. They care about power. Xbox and Discord and Naughty Dog spend tens of millions of dollars. They care about them more than they care about you, which is why the judges gave your information to these private companies. This is upsetting, folks. This is upsetting to me. I think it should be upsetting to you. I don't know if anyone cares. I do. But with that all said, we've been talking about a lot. It's 81 degrees still, and it's humid, and I am tired. It is a Sunday. We got to get ready for work. I hope everyone's found this to be at least interesting. I hope you will subscribe. I will follow up on this more as we go forward. So do expect more videos explaining this, especially the legal risks that might exist for you and I. And we'll be talking more as we go further about what's happening in our politics for the 2026 midterm election. I will have some videos coming out shortly from my community TV specials that will be the TV show Radically Conservative, as well as my election specials. There are several more that are being taped as we speak. That'll be coming out shortly. I hope you look forward to seeing some of those. And tomorrow I will be in the chat with Larry Sharp on Larry Sharp's channel on YouTube. And I will be in there talking about whatever Larry's talking about at that time. Folks, I thank you for being part of my audience. I thank you for your attention, your details, and everything that you have to say, whether you agree or disagree. I appreciate you intensely. I wouldn't be here without each and every one of you. So thank you. I want you to have a great rest of your weekend. Stay cool, stay dry, and keep coming back and bring a friend next time. Folks, I'll talk to you soon. Consider my, you got the YouTube membership, you've got PayPal, you've got the Patreon, $1.50 a month. That's it. Folks, have a great one. I'll talk to you soon.